Welcome everybody. Excuse me there. Welcome everybody. Today is Tuesday, December 16th. This is Pekin County Board of County Commissioners work session for today, and going into our afternoon after a lengthy executive session this morning. Starting off with memos of interest. John, you want to take us away here?
Yeah, and our first memo of interest, and our only memo of interest today, is an update on our special events permitting process, and we've got Cindy here to talk about that.
We just wanted, I'm Cindy here with the Community Development Department, and we just wanted to give you an update because this is a board-directed code amendment for an update of the special events regulations. And we just wanted to let you know that that is still on our radar screen. We plan to come back to you in January. We have a meeting prior to that, January 6th, with the Planning and Zoning Commission in order to let them weigh in on the proposed regulations. And at that point, we hope to have a lot of public outreach to the people who were concerned about this issue back last summer. So we're going to outreach to the caucus groups, and we're going to outreach to the special events coordinators in the community. Do you have any questions of me? We have a moratorium in the rural and remote area on special events, and that is up, I believe, March 18th. So,
Is someone going to give John Moore a courtesy call?
John Miller.
Miller,
Yes,
sorry.
sure.
I just think it would be appropriate. He was obviously instrumental in the movement that went forward on these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as another note on, not necessarily on this, but another deadline that's looming is our moratorium on caucus areas weighing in on marijuana licensing. I believe that's a February deadline as well. So I know that there was some work that
For the one-year review?
the one-year review of caucuses having them weighing in on the moratorium. So just as a note to bring that to John Ely's attention or somebody. I just thought about that when I read that this was looming as well. Kind of forget about things that are looming. Future agendas.
So no immediate future agendas, but future agendas. You can leave one of those for Rachel's. We have the calendar for next year available for the board. The one item that may bear some discussion is our December meetings. We still have our potentially CCI conflict on the 1st and 2nd there, and that's something we had talked about maybe addressing early on in the year.
Yeah.
But if we stick to our regular calendaring practice where we switch from the 2nd and 4th to the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays and Wednesdays in November and December, we do that, of course, because of the holiday schedule and such. I just wanted you to be aware we have not made that adjustment yet, and if we wanted to re-engage in that discussion.
Rachel?
You know, I think it's important to try to do something. I mean, it's an upcoming conflict. We know it's there. And, you know, we saw yesterday it's challenging for the board when we only have 3 people in attendance to decide tough issues, and they have to come back a second time. I don't know if it's possible to, you know, have that regular Wednesday meeting on the 9th and have 2 1 week apart from each other, or, you know, look to that other week. I don't, you know, we talked before about at least my desire to not see us back the budget quite up as close to the state deadlines. I mean, I read of other communities that seem to, I know you have to with the certification of the mill levy and things that can't come in from other districts, but our personal budget, I'd rather see us not on the last day. It feels a little too much like Congress and the federal processes. If we really had a dispute that couldn't be resolved, we would be out of time. And so it becomes a must-pass thing versus, you know, continuing to work issues out.
Well, There are probably a couple options, if the board was open to them. You could slide the first and second to the third and fourth, and you'd avoid the CCI conflict,
Yeah.
and you still maintain in every other week, but would require the board
To
then
meet on Thursday and
meet on
Friday.
a Thursday and Friday. We could go a week apart. Sometimes that can become difficult if you
For
have a first
noticing.
reading where you want to change or what have you, so we try and avoid doing that when we can. It's not impossible, but it's a challenge for sure. Any preference from the board at this point? Early on, before we set the calendar?
I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was slid to the third and fourth on the Thursday and Friday. Personally, I know everybody's schedules are so set on the Tuesday, Wednesday generally that, you know, I'd like to hear from the other commissioners too.
The third and fourth puts me into a conflict, so it's not good for me.
I'm not crazy about Friday meetings.
Do you want to look at doing the 8th and 9th, and we might have a little bit of risk of, you know, if we have any first reading changes at that point?
John, we could
Until the first.
also just move the regular meeting to the third, from the second to the third, and then either have or not have the work session on the Tuesday.
Does that
Well,
put you in
no, it
conflict still?
doesn't. The third is, no.
Well, we could just continue as is with two of us absent. That's one of the values of a five-person board.
Yep.
You know, maybe it's a conflict we can't avoid, and go with that. You know, I certainly understand.
Okay. Well, you know, pending any further decisions, this would be the calendar layout. So that's the only future agenda item I have.
George?
Two things, John. January 6th, you've got scheduled board reports, and we just did those last week, so probably
Can take those out.
that goes out, so you'll have to rearrange that schedule. And then I noticed you don't have scheduled any time for prep for a board retreat for us. We usually do that, have a discussion.
I was gonna, wait until January for that, and
Okay.
we're doing some planning on that now.
It kind of leaves a lot of huge gaps on January 6th, because there's not a lot scheduled on it right now. The ceremony for the oath of office, not to shortchange myself, is really the 13th, not the 6th. I do get an extra week of serving as county commissioner.
Oh, okay.
So-
Good.
So, per state statute. And the only other thing that's on there is prep for the, the Forest Service meeting, and one memo of interest. But I don't know how that's going to fill out or change in the next.
Yeah, I think we could potentially have some additions. We're wrapping up the year right now.
So, I'm sorry, so the
The date.
oath of office is not on the 6th, it's the 13th?
Second Tuesday of January.
13th.
Yeah,
I
it's
kind of
actually
thought that
second
looked funny
Tuesday. Yeah.
when we saw that
That's
before,
right.
but I didn't really question it.
Yeah, Patty Clapper said, it's supposed to be the 13th,
Yeah.
not the 6th.
We had
She was
that
swearing
wrong.
up and down, it was the second.
We had that
Which
wrong.
in my mind was like, well, I think she's right. But,
Yeah.
I started looking at the whole schedule then on the 13th, and we might want to shift some of the things from the 13th to the 6th. Perhaps have the executive session at 10 o'clock in the morning on the 6th, where we could maybe continue the discussion about the water rates thing we were talking about. And then maybe perhaps Kevin Wright could come on the 6th instead of the 13th, which would give us a little more time after the swearing-in ceremony to have the reception in the courthouse.
Okay.
And that would depend on Kevin's
See if
schedule,
Kevin's
of course,
available.
but-
Rachel, George?
The other option is to just cancel the 6th if there's nothing pressing. If the 13th is sort of a normal day, so it depends on what staff has. I would look
I
at-
think it's going to be very slow at this point.
So
Yeah.
I would consider just canceling that session as well if there's nothing.
I was a little bit going in the opposite direction, although I'm open to that if it should be. I was just going to say, similar to Steve's comment, you know, there may be some things on deadline for us to make decisions with the attorney's office on and give direction. And, you know, it maybe makes some sense to have those on the 6th and have some time with our attorney, and then if needed, have the executive session on the 13th as well. But, you know, we could cancel that if we're able to cover all the issues on the 6th. But that was my thought. It's kind of keep current. There's just a lot going on right now.
Okay, well, we'll look at shifting stuff either between if we can find more content for the 6th, we'll keep that and we'll balance out between 13th to allow some more time for the reception and such.
Okay.
And if there isn't something, we can propose canceling it. Anything else?
Open discussion, anybody have anything pressing?
Yeah, just one item for the board, and it's just something you traditionally do at the end of the years. You look at your discretionary funds. You've been pretty stingy with them this year. You have 8,600 left of the 10,000 that you typically budget. The board sometimes, when you do have funds left over, you look at maybe making an end-of-year donation to a nonprofit. I don't know if the board is interested in that same process this year, but I wanted to make you aware that you do have funds left in your discretionary funds. I do know that in speaking with Human Services, they had identified the Aspen Hope Center, particularly for this time of year, and the homeless shelter as being in need and having high demand right now.
Rachel?
I was just going to say, you know, now that you've given us that to consider, perhaps we could make a final decision tomorrow at the executive, I mean, at the regular meeting. I would be happy to look into those. The one kind of comment I would make, it's broader, and it's a little bit affecting our overall budget for 2015. But similar to the letter we sent yesterday to the Oil and Gas Task Force and the governor supporting, at least seeing what that work comes forward with, there seems to be continuing issues with Colorado Counties, Inc. regarding minority voices truly being heard in that organization or not. And potentially looking forward to legislation we're going to see coming forward this session that we may not support at all as Pickens County, such as transfer of public lands, or the Phillips proposal we saw before to give each county one senator regardless of population. So a county with 1,000 people would vote be worth 1,000 times more than the vote of someone in a 400,000 county or something like that. And we may end up needing to work with or hire some outside lobbying on to kill some of those items. So for me, I'm just saying, you know, to see perhaps a $1,000 returned to the general fund, or $1,500 that we may be able to chip into those sort of things next year as needed would make a little sense. Either that, or we could do a supplemental next year as needed. But I just want to put out there that there may be a call for us to need to support other activities as well before we spend it all.
Yeah, I would support that suggestion.
Well, I agree with, you know, doing our effort, but we have plenty of money in the budget. It's aside from our discretionary fund, so I don't think we should
Hold back.
use our discretionary fund for possible political purposes in the future. We can handle that with other monies. I think, you know, the discretionary fund is, and typically has been for people in need, for emergency situations, and always at the end of the year, almost always, we've given to the homeless shelter. So I'm fine with continuing that tradition.
Yeah. And I do not disagree with you, Michael. I just really wanted to make sure it wasn't something I told the board about 2 months from now, and you know, and I wanted to make sure that, you know, we had a little footnote there. And I mean, I agree certainly with the Hope Center and the homeless shelter. I do always like it when we can make at least a small contribution to the food bank as well. It doesn't have to be nearly as large as the other two, but you know, they're preparing their holiday baskets now, and I just stopped down there and dropped off some toothpaste and little kid toothbrushes, and you know, that's a need as well.
Well, we can pick this up in open discussion tomorrow if the board wants, and make a decision at that point if you want to give staff direction on use of those discretionary funds.
Okay.
Other open discussion, board? All right. Next on our schedule is the Future Air Service Plan, Phase 3. We're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule right now.
We could use that time to set up if you
Yeah.
want to just take a little break.
Let's take a break till 12:45.
Great. Eat our lunches. Working lunch today.
Welcome back, everyone. Today is December 16th, 2014. We're in our afternoon work session here at Picken County, and we're going into a update on the Future Air Study, Future Air Service Planning Study, Phase 3, Step A. John, you leading us away on this?
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Before getting started, I'd like to make a couple introductions. First, very excited to be able to introduce our new airport director, John Kenny. He's joined us. This is his second day, so we won't be asking him to talk about the air services study today, but John would like to welcome you to the organization and to the community, and I don't know if you want to say a couple words.
Thank you. Thanks, John. Just really excited to be here and looking very forward to becoming an active member of the community and helping with staff operate a very critical asset in the community and do it in the most safe manner possible. So thank you for the opportunity and look forward to working with everyone.
Okay, thanks, John. Today I'm going to be presenting information to you with J.D. Ingram. J.D. is a principal at J'Aviation who has done a great deal of legwork on this study with us. And so before getting into the presentation, a couple of things. You will have a new handout in front of you. These are comments, the latest comments from the Picken County Connects website. Since we prepared our packet, there were additional people who logged on and provided comments, and we wanted to be sure you had those available to you. It's really just the first few pages, and then it should be really the same comments that are in your packet. The second thing we want to do is, as part of our public outreach, we prepared a video for the public. It's a short video, about 7 minutes. We're going to go ahead and play that for you and for the benefit of the public, and then we're going to go back and talk in more detail about all the topics that are covered in the video. So let me know. I think we've got the volume up.
The future of commercial air service at Aspen-Picken County Airport is one of the biggest challenges facing our community over the next several years. The majority of regional commercial aircraft serving our airport will be retired soon. Improved aircraft design of the next generation of aircraft is resulting in longer wingspans than our airfield can now accommodate. We're working with our partners at the Federal Aviation Administration to not only accommodate these future aircraft, but also meet FAA safety standards and minimize impacts to our recently approved airport master plan.
Hi, I'm John Peacock, Picken County Manager. Over the next several months, we'll be having a series of public meetings about the future of commercial air service at the Aspen-Picken County Airport. These meetings will outline several changes that may have to occur on our airfield in order to accommodate a new generation of regional jets. Our airport is served by two commercial aircraft, the CRJ-700, which you see now, and the Q400 turboprop plane. The CRJ-700 handles the vast majority of commercial flights at our airport. All the commercial jets that are slated to replace this aircraft have wingspans in excess of the 95 feet that are our current limits.
So the FAA is looking at airports from a headquarters level in Washington, D.C. in somewhat of a different way. They are less inclined to grant modifications to standards like the airport currently has today with the 95-foot wingspan and a separation of 320 feet. What the FAA is saying is that we want our airports to meet the full standards of a D3 so that we get all of the safety components tied to that, so that aircraft can operate in and out of the facility with wingspans up to 118 feet.
According to the air service study now underway, the regional commuter aircraft that our community is accustomed to is evolving.
We believe that the new generation of aircraft will be noticeably different from the current one in many ways. First, the aircraft are being designed to be larger to meet the growing demands for more seats. As a consequence, the wingspan will be larger, and new aircraft design will also include winglets. These trends can be seen across the entire industry. People often assume that larger aircraft are noisier than smaller ones, but this is not always true. An aircraft noise is a function of the engine design, the aircraft weight, and the overall aerodynamic efficiency of the aeroplane. By optimizing these factors, the noise can be greatly reduced. For example, the takeoff noise footprint of the C-Series out of Aspen-Pitkin County Airport will be smaller than that of many smaller aircraft.
In order to meet the FAA safety standards for this next generation of regional jets, we're going to need to make some changes to our airfield to meet FAA design standards.
The Air Service Study has considered 18 different runway alternatives and has narrowed them down to 2 that are believed to best accommodate the FAA safety standards of an increased separation between the runways and taxiways. Both would create a separation distance of 400 feet from the center line of the runway and the center line of a taxiway. In addition, the runway would be widened by 25 feet on either side of its center line. A new taxiway would be constructed on the west side of the airport, requiring the relocation of a small portion of Owl Creek Road.
The center line of the new runway under both alternatives under consideration would be approximately where I'm walking right now. The runway would be about 150 feet wide, so 75 feet this direction, and the new taxiway would be 400 feet from this center line.
Community input is important in the Air Service Study process, and before any changes to the runway can occur, a thorough environmental assessment must take place.
Well, over the past several weeks, we've been conducting a series of coffee chats, and we've learned a lot from the community. And in particular, I think we've learned that we need to stay involved. A lot of the questions that the community has raised during our chats at the airport have been questions that can only be answered during our environmental assessment processes, both on the terminal side and on the airfield side, which we anticipate will start in 2015. So we look forward to our continued community dialogue. We look forward to continued participation and hope you'll stay involved.
Please join us at our community open house events where you can meet with consultants in person, ask questions, and offer feedback. The first is Thursday, October 30th at the Pitkin County Library from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. The second open house will be held at the Airport Operations Center on Owl Creek Road on Tuesday, November 11th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. For more information, go to aspenairportplanning.com.
So that is an introduction to the Phase 3 efforts and public outreach, and we're going to talk a lot more about that today. The purpose of this meeting, we have several objectives. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of the airport itself to put the discussions we're having now into a context. In addition, we're going to review where we've been in the first phases of the study, both just to review the outcomes of Phase 1 and Phase 2, and then really spend time talking about what comments we heard from the community regarding the alternatives that we're looking at. Most important for the meeting today really is what we are looking for from the board is direction to staff regarding revisions to the airport layout plan that we will want to make and provide to the FAA. Today is not about approving a new airport layout plan. It's about giving staff direction to prepare a new airport layout plan, which will come back to the board in a regular meeting for approval before being submitted to the FAA. But today we're really going to be looking for direction from the board about what we should be preparing to submit to the FAA, and then also to be sure that we understand the next steps and the process and the timeline moving forward. Going into our history, in your packet we provided a timeline of the airport. And really, what's important about this timeline, I think, isn't so much the particular points. so much as the pattern that it represents. The airport was deeded to Pickens County back in 1956. In 1957 was the first time that we had a paved runway at our airport. And it was actually about just after that, in 1958, that the design category 3 standards, or the design standards that we're going to be talking to you about a lot today, really came into being. And what you see in the history of our airport is that while those basic geometries, the basic standards haven't changed a lot since the late 50s, we've never met them. We've always made incremental adjustments towards meeting these safety standards for the design category 3 airports. And we've done that in response generally to new aircraft or pilot concerns to address safety concerns. And you can see that, you know, in 1957, when we first paved the runway dimensions were 5,200 feet long by 60 feet wide. And what you see is a number of incremental steps after that. In 1969, it was widened to 80 feet to accommodate the Convair 580, which had a wingspan of 105 feet 4 inches. That's the aircraft that's pictured below. In 1983, the runway was extended to 7,000 feet and widened and strengthened to accommodate really a regional jet aircraft, the BAE 146. This aircraft had a little shorter wingspan of 86 feet, but it did have the capacity of 110 passengers. And that's the aircraft that's pictured down below. And then you can see more recently, in 1998, we had a relocation of the taxiway center line from 220 feet to the current center line of 320 feet to provide more separation to move closer to those design standards that had been established by the FAA. And again, in 2001, I'm sorry, in 1998, in 1999, the FAA approved the proposal to move that runway to that 320-foot separation, but it did come with the current restrictions that we currently operate under, which is the 95-foot wingspan and a landed weight of 100,000 pounds. 2003-2005 was the relocation of taxiway A to that 320 feet. In 2007, the runway was rehabilitated, and in 2011, the runway was extended. And again, all of these changes were incremental changes, moving the Aspen-Pickens County Airport to closer compliance with the safety standards of the FAA and allowing the safe operation of different commercial aircraft. And so where are we today? Today we're here to talk to you about phase 3 of the Air Services study, and just to step back into why we conducted this study. In 2011, the board will recall that the county began the process of an update to the airport master plan and airport layout plan. And that was a 2-year process that involved over 80 public meetings, a number of board meetings, a very rigorous process to look at the future layout for our airport. And the board adopted a proposed airport layout plan, and that was submitted to the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA. And I'd note that the FAA was at the table working with us throughout that process. And so it came as a little bit of a surprise when not everything in that proposed airport layout plan was approved. And specifically, what was not approved was the separation of 320 feet between the center line of our existing runway and the center line of a proposed taxiway on the west side that would serve a second fixed-based operator. And in particular, what came back was the FAA said that they would no longer, or they would not grant the same modification to standard that our airport operates under currently for a 95-foot wingspan, and that we would need to go back, if we built that taxiway, to a design category 3 standard, which would be a 79-foot wingspan. At about the same time, we were becoming aware of the changing technology and fleets and aircraft design that had wingspans not getting narrower, but in fact getting wider to serve similarly sized aircraft or particularly regional jets. And so we proposed, before doing anything with the airport layout plan or making any changes to the airport layout plan, to engage in this air services study. And we broke the air services study into 4 phases, really to answer the questions that are on this slide. Phase 1 was designed to look at what is the changing technology of future commercial aircraft that are likely to serve our airport, to really understand, do we have a problem with our wingspan, our ability to accept aircraft with a 79-foot or 95-foot wingspan. Then phase 2 was really looking at what could we do. If we did find that there is a problem in phase 1, we had a phase 2 prepared that the board in fact did direct us to move on to, which is what can we do to best sustain that future commercial air services, either what negotiations, if any, could we have with the Federal Aviation Administration, or what physical changes could we make to our airport layout plan to accommodate that new generation of regional jets. And then to really go in to answering how would we accommodate these operations. And then phase 3 is really starting to reach out to the community and understanding the impacts and benefits from the community's perspective. And I know the board's already seen this, but briefly, the phase 1 study findings, we found that right now there are 2 jets that are, two aircraft that serve our airport. One is the CRJ-700, which is a regional jet that provides 95% of our commercial service today. It's replacing a retiring fleet of 50-seat RJ aircraft in the national system, making the CRJ-700 in very high demand nationally. We found that deliveries of that aircraft were from 2001 to 2011. There have been no deliveries of the CRJ-700 in North America since 2011. That the estimated operational life is 15 to 17 years, which gave us an indication of how long we might expect these aircraft to be available to serve our airport. We're estimating that the first retirements will begin in 2018, that half of the fleet of CRJ-700s will be retired by 2021, and that the full existing fleet of CRJ-700s will be retired from commercial service by 2025. Of course, there's some probably slippage in those estimates. When we started looking at the next generation of jets that were going to be replacing aircraft like the CRJ-700 in general, what we found is that the plans were to have those regional jets entering service between 2014 and 2018, that generally they're physically larger, but the new technologies, particularly the wing and engine technologies, make them more efficient and we anticipate that there will be reduced fuel consumption and noise impacts. We also found that our future wingspan restriction precludes any of the planned aircraft from currently operating at our airport. And so this chart is very busy for a PowerPoint slide, but just briefly, the top half here of the chart lists all the current regional jets that are currently in service in the category that the CRJ-700's in. And what's really important about this chart is the fourth column over is the ASE performance capable column. And what you'll find is there are 2 aircraft that are capable of performing at our airport, the CRJ-700, which of course provides 95% of our service, and the Q400, which is the turboprop plane, which provides 5%, between 5 and 10%. They shift a little bit. This Q400 is really a short haul. It just flies between Aspen and Denver. The CRJ-700 is able to serve longer routes. CRJ-700 is retiring. The aircraft that are replacing it from Bombardier are the CS series. And what you'll see is they appear, based on the published performance capabilities, to be able to operate at the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport. However, it does not meet our current operational restrictions because of the wingspans. The same is true of planned aircraft from Embraer. They, at least the top 2, the E175 and E190 E2s, appear to have the performance capabilities to operate here, but do not have wingspans that would allow them to operate here. And then there's a third regional jet, the Mitsubishi regional jets. These are fairly new, and we do not know if they have the performance criteria to operate here, and they still have wingspans that extend beyond our restrictions. And so basically phase 1, we found yes, we do have a problem with maintaining a similar level of commercial service at our airport based on the changing technology. And when we presented this, the board authorized staff to move forward to phase 2, which was to really analyze what could we do about that. And I will turn it over to JD to talk about that.
Okay. Thank you, John. As we embarked on phase 2, we approached the project much in the same way the ESID project was approached in '98. The initial thoughts were we would be looking for another incremental mod, and we'd be looking to go from 95 feet to maybe it's 105 or maybe 110. And that's how we started the study. And when we put together the team of the study, it included participants from the FAA, from Washington, D.C. at a headquarters level on the airports division. Seattle FAA regional office participated, and then the local Denver ADO office, John Bauer and his group, who have been here to present in front of you. They all participated from an airports division. The airports division is the one who sets all of these standards and sets the geometry. Then also from the FAA, they had air traffic, and air traffic is who monitors all the flight procedures into and out of the airport. They participated. We had SkyWest had a representative from the airlines on our panel as well. We had the flight procedure experts who analyzed the procedures into and out of the airport, and then the engineering staff. So we had a group of about 18 people that had 3 meetings, 3 all-day workshops on these alternatives, and we convened that group from January of 2014 through about June of 2014. And then out of that, we had really these 5 findings here. What we determined is that it is possible from a flight procedural analysis to actually shift the runway 80 feet to the west. And that 80-foot shift allows 400 feet of separation, so it thereby meets the standard.
And when we do meet that standard, and the FAA was very clear saying that we're not going to grant another incremental mod if in fact it is possible to meet the standard that John spoke of. We've had a history of doing incremental improvements. The FAA says we want to bring it to our standards, which this airport has always been a D3 airport, but it's never met all the standards. So it's had an approved modification to those standards that John spoke of that was approved in '98. The second thing we learned is that by shifting that runway 80 feet, we do actually meet one of the biggest standards that the FAA would like us to, which is the runway taxiway separation, and that is a safety standard. And that's the biggest point of the study. It's been the focal point of the study. And then the modifications, the FAA was very clear that if it wasn't possible to meet the standard, we could have a conversation around a mod. But when they determined it was possible, they said, we're not willing to continue to put money into the airport to create more non-standard conditions. So we want to get to that standard. And when we do get to the standard, it actually lifts the current wingspan restriction of 95 feet. So imagine where Pitkin County sits today is a little bit of a dashed line. So Group 3 goes from 79 feet to 118. And what the county has done is created like a dashed line at 95 and said that's where we live. And the FAA wants to erase that dashed line and go, no, we want it at the full 118. And then the last point that we learned in this study was that through these alternatives, there is available space for a second fixed base operator on the west side. So going back through, when we say, well, what is a D3 standard? The group D refers to the approach speed of the aircraft. So as an aircraft is on final, it has an approach speed. D is a jet category airplane. So any of your commercial aircraft are all category D. And then the 3 actually is tied to the wingspan at 118 feet. So as we go through those, the biggest one that we spoke of is the runway to taxiway separation. Currently you're at 320 feet and 400 is the standard. So obviously that piece of geometry does not meet the current standards. The runway width at a full group 3, which is unrestricted weight limitation, would be 150 feet. And then the runway hold bar separation, that's the distance from the center line of the runway to where actually aircraft hold on the taxiway so that another aircraft can safely land or depart. So that standard is 328 feet and yours is 272.5. The other standards, runway safety area at 500 feet, runway object free area at 800, taxiway width at 50, those all meet standard along with the taxiway safety area at 118 feet. When we get into the taxiway alpha object free area, standard is 186 feet. Aspen's condition is 169, and that's based on limiting the wingspan to 95 feet. So it does allow a smaller OFA, so that's another approved mod that is acceptable for the current configuration. And then the wingspan is 118 feet for the full Group 3, and Aspen has that dashed line in at 95. So the one thing I do want to just make a note of is that what the FAA does say is that in a Group 3, just like for you at 95 feet, you can't restrict who comes into and out of the airport at 95 feet. What it does is it moves that line from 95 to 118. And again, the county cannot restrict who comes into and out of the airport if they're under 118. Over 118 feet, they're not allowed in from a safety standpoint. So going back through the study with this group, there were a total of 18 alternatives that were developed. And those alternatives were narrowed down for a variety of reasons. And the input came from either a community perspective that it was impactful to the master plan. It came from an air traffic perspective that one alternative is preferred over another in terms of aircraft operations. and moving aircraft on the airfield. So as we vetted all of that out, the two that were the best of the alternatives, or the recommended, were alternatives 8A and 12A. And these were the alternatives that were taken through the Phase 3 public outreach components. So alternative 8A, to walk you through what that looks like, is it has the runway shifting 80 feet to the west, and it is 150 feet wide. And when the runway moves 80 feet to the west, what we've created is 400 feet of separation from the east side taxiway Alpha, and then it puts taxiway Bravo on the west side at 400 feet. So you have full FAA safety standards of 400 feet. It does accommodate the reserve space for the second FBO that was approved, at least that general location was approved in the 2012 master plan. And this alternative preserves all the planning effort that was done and taken through the community in the 2012 master plan with the terminal area development plan. All of that remains intact and unchanged, so there's no impacts to the east side. And it does have a 320-foot, what we're calling an operational restriction or separation, only around the Airport Operations Center. So as you can see, the AOC there was constructed in 2007, and we would have a bump out around there which would require aircraft to hold. They could not freely taxi around the AOC unless they had clearance from the tower. So the tower will have to manage those movements, but when given clearance, they can taxi out and around. They'll be on the 400-foot taxiway separation side once they've cleared that hold bar, and then they're free to taxi to the end for a departure. And that taxi movement is estimated around 45 seconds. And that would all be modeled in the environmental assessment phase, the timing of all of that. And then what this also does is it protects 25 feet of usable ramp in front of the Airport Operations Center. So if you look in the upper left-hand corner of the slide, you see that green area. That's area that Airport Operations can maneuver equipment in front of that building without any impact to the taxiway object-free areas. And then this alternative does require the relocation of Owl Creek Road. And at a conceptual level, which is what these drawings are, we're estimating about 2,500 feet of Owl Creek Road would require relocation. And we've highlighted what we call the pinch point in these drawings. And the pinch point is the point at which Owl Creek Road veers closest to taxiway Bravo, and what that typical section, or what would it look like at that point. And I'm going to take you through a cross-section of that. And what this cross-section shows is, you can see here, this is the center line of the runway. The terminal is over here on the east side, and it has 400 feet of separation. Then it comes over another 400 feet to taxiway Bravo here on the west side. We get taxiway object-free area to this point, and then Owl Creek Road sits up here. So if I can take you through these points, what we have is the relocation of Owl Creek Road in alternate 8A does require either a land acquisition or a land transfer from Burlingame Open Space, and that will require a vote of the public from City of Aspen. And when that vote happens, if it's approved, then this alternative would allow for the relocation of Owl Creek. And what it shows is that the road there on the left would move approximately 100 feet farther to the west, and the bike path would move along with it. And then in this option, it does require 2 retaining walls. So one would be on the airport side, retaining Owl Creek, and that would be a wall of approximately 27 feet high. And then the wall retaining for Owl Creek on the upslope side would be about 17 feet. Now both of those wall heights are at the peak location, and they would taper down to a wall height of 2 feet over the course of that 2,500 foot relocation. And then to meet the other safety requirements that the FAA has, and this is a nuance, the center line of this runway cannot actually be higher, or the taxiway cannot be higher than the center line of the runway. So what it requires is that this earthwork and this grading and this wedge here be removed. And that is essentially alternate 8A. And then to contrast that, alternate 12A, which was the other option, it is largely the same concepts that I went through. And what I'm going to cover is the differences between 8A and 12A. Is that alternate 12A has the taxiway Bravo on the west side, shown at 320 feet. And what's interesting about this, as John alluded to earlier in this discussion, is that the FAA did not approve the taxiway at 320 feet. But this is the second preferred alternative that the study group came out with. FAA Airports Division was included in that. So it has taxiway Bravo at 320 feet. And Owl Creek Road relocation is approximately 900 feet. So it is less of an impact there. And then taking you through that same typical section, it's oriented the same way, is that we have the taxiway at 320 feet from the center line of the runway, and that is basically from this point to here is 320 feet. Then we have the same taxiway object-free area, which then generates where the wall goes. So the wall would be slightly closer to the runway in this configuration. And then you can see where the road and the bike path move, it moves less. It's because of that 80-foot difference between the 320 and the 400 feet, it does move less. And only one wall is required on this alternate at about 20 feet high at its peak location.
Does it have the same tower restriction for going through the pinch point?
You know, Rachel, that is a great point. I'm going to back up. Thank you for bringing that up. Because, Rachel, at that point, the hold would be here, and we would have somewhere around a 4-minute taxi time that we would have an operational restriction, meaning you could not land or depart an aircraft while they were in this section for that period of time until they get out into this hold area here where they are 400 feet away, then they are clear. So it is a significant operational restriction.
And how many planes can be in the hold area at the end at one time?
It depends on the size of the aircraft, but at least a couple.
Okay.
2 to 3.
There's also a pull-off
Yes.
point as well.
Yes, there is a designated point here that if an aircraft did need to get clear for any type of emergency reason by the tower, they could clear them to this bump out hold position.
George?
Does 12A still need to utilize some of the open space?
12A does require some of the open space. It's approximately less than an acre. Alternate 8A is around 3 acres. Give it a contrast.
So, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask this, but you had mentioned that this requires a vote of the city of Aspen, and that your opening comments were reflecting on the fact that the FAA wants us to come as close to the standards as possible. Well, without a vote from the city of Aspen, neither of these options are possible.
That's correct.
So is there an option that the FAA might say, well, that's as close as you can come without going into City of Aspen land?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So if I had a crystal ball and had to predict what would happen is that the FAA
Don't
would...
predict an election.
That's for sure.
If the vote was not approved, that means the land is not part of the airport. The FAA would go back and say, okay, what available land do we have to accommodate the safe travel of aircraft? And my guess is, of the 18 alternatives that were developed, there are other alternatives that are less attractive from an aircraft operations perspective that would be reevaluated. Some of those alternatives had midfield crossings of the FBO. Some of them had taxiways to the north, and you basically taxi to the north, have an end runway crossing, and then go all the way back to the south for a departure. They're less ideal from an operational perspective. So those would all have to, those would be what I would say is revisited. And we would, I don't want to say we would start the process over, but we would start anew with going, the vote has been voted down, and now we have to look at other alternatives, some of which may exist in the phase 2 study.
So then, would the FAA provide modification of standards to some of those other options, or regardless, we need to meet FAA standards of safety?
Well, what they say is if they can reasonably be met, they do need to be met. And it just have to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis.
You know, reasonably is sort of like an open-ended.
Yeah. Well, so couple things to keep in mind. One, it is not unusual for airports to necessarily have to acquire property to meet safety standards. And so I don't think from the FAA's perspective it's unreasonable at the point of an airport layout plan that we would have options that would meet safety standards to the greatest extent possible, even with the caveat that we may have to make what are really some fairly small acquisitions between 1 to 3 acres of land. And I don't think it's, you know, typical that would have to go through a vote, obviously, like an open space acquisition would. What's important to remember, and that we'll talk about in a little bit, is that all of these alternatives, before anything actually happens with them, have to go through an environmental assessment process. And when you go into that environmental assessment process, it's not just the airport layout plan that the airport has submitted that's part of that environmental assessment process. There will be some alternatives. So we'll probably have some groundwork done from an environmental, you know, should the board approve a new airport layout plan that the FAA approves so we can get to the environmental assessment process. A lot of the questions that we're asking now will likely be evaluated so that we'll know to a greater degree what the pros and cons of different alternatives are. If that makes sense.
You know, one thing I would like to see as a next step is perhaps a white paper or whatever, but drilling down on the Burlingame land a little more carefully. And it just slips my recollection entirely, but I know the quote Burlingame land was originally purchased with affordable housing funds, which don't carry the same restriction that open space purchases come with. Now, when it was annexed into the city and zoned, I think that may have been given an open space designation, but I'm not sure that that is the same as having been purchased with open space dollars. Now, I just cannot recall whether the housing fund, you know, sold that to the open space fund and then open space dollars were truly involved, or whether it was just a zoning activity. So I'd love to kind of drill down on that a little more carefully. The other item, which I just, you know, I'm not saying is something that I'm interested in using or seeing, but I think we should have all the answers as possible on the table, reminds me of when the roundabout was built at the entrance to Aspen and Highway 82, and that was land purchased with the county open space money, but CDOT exercised what they called dominant
I think
domain.
it was a friendly, well, there's a eminent domain which would fall under what's called a friendly condemnation. I
They
think
used
was how
something
they-
else that was called
Yeah.
like super eminent domain,
Oh,
I
okay.
swear to God. I remember it being very, because they did not have to go to a vote, and traditionally a vote occurs and replacement land is offered as part of that vote. They did do the replacement land, it cleared all the EISs, but given that the Colorado Department of Aeronautics is under Department of Transportation, I wasn't sure if those same powers existed within the Colorado Department of Aeronautics, or do they ever get involved in these sort of things, or does the FAA ever get involved in these sort of things? So, kind of answering your question, is a no vote the end of the line when it comes to air safety, or are there other entities with power or interest in the airport that could exercise some of those?
And one of the places, and we'll speak about this in a little bit, is timing of when do we answer these questions, as far as would it be better to address those in an environmental assessment process where
Probably.
we consider and maybe make it a scope of that process versus expanding the scope of the airport layout plan. But we'll get into that here in a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Steve?
Questions up to this point. To be fully compliant with the FAA safety rules without having any modifications, we would need to move the Airport Operations Center. And has there been a site located for future relocation of the AOC in the airport layout plan? And it seems like it would be prudent to locate a site and reserve it, just in case the FAA says, you're almost there, but we don't want any more modifications. You're going to have to move the AOC. I think we should plan for that right now. We maybe never have to move it, but just in case.
Steve, that's a great point. And in this ALP update, that AOC would be evaluated and a piece written up about where it would be planned to fully meet standards.
Okay. One of the public's opinions on the site says, why don't we revisit option 6, which would be the cross taxi way? And if we did do that, what would be the length of time it would take for an aircraft to taxi from across the runway from the west side to the east side? Would that be shorter than 4 minutes, which would be the length of time it would take somebody to go down the 320-foot strip on the west side?
Yeah, so if by the time an aircraft got clearance on taxiway Alpha to cross the runway to get to a clear zone on taxiway Bravo, it's probably under a minute to make that, depending upon the type of aircraft, the speed of power up, and there's a lot of variables that are dependent in there. But to your point, I think you bring up a really good point. I want to be clear with the board, if there is direction to do an ALP update, that ALP is updated and accepted by the FAA, all it does is it allows for the next step of the environmental process to start. Your end result in the environmental process may not be what is depicted on the ALP. There may be modifications that come out of that. It actually takes and develops its own preferred standards through the process. But the FAA, because by their system, there is only one ALP, they show an alternative, and they start from that standpoint.
Okay. And my final question, on the list of the aircraft, the bombardiers, that's what we call them, snowcats. Bombardiers are over 100,000 pounds. And is our plan in moving the runway over also to make it so it could carry more than 100,000 pounds? And would that be included in that price tag of 132 million or however many million price tag is?
Yes, you want to answer that?
Either way, but right now, the full design category 3 standard that the FAA is asking us to meet includes the separations between the taxiway and the runway, the width of the runway, as well as the building the asphalt to accept up to 150,000 pound landed weight.
150. So those two, the BC 100 and whatever the numbers are, will both then meet the weight restrictions.
And again, that is pending the outcome of an environmental assessment.
And it includes the Owl Creek Road rebuilding,
Correct.
moving and rebuilding.
Well, do we want to get into that? I think you guys are skipping ahead.
You were skipping ahead to the next slide, but I do think this is a good breaking point to catch up on questions that have come forward at this, to this point, so we don't get too far ahead and then jump all the way
I
back.
do have one more question
Go
about
ahead,
what
Steve.
we've covered so far.
Yeah.
When the taxiway was moved in 1998, I presume it was, the runway stayed where it was, the taxiway was moved farther east. And what was the impact at that time on the whole FBO operation and the amount of parking space for airplanes on the east side?
So during that time, a full analysis, I want to go down to the square footage of apron that was available. Every square foot of apron that was there before and after was accounted for. So what had happened is you went from a 221 foot separation. Alpha got moved to the east 100 feet. And then you did not have, what you created was a combined apron edge taxiway. So the apron edge of the taxiway was conjoined with the apron, so there's no island. In the old configuration, you actually had a greenfield island. That island
Disappeared. So that's where the red line is.
yes.
Okay.
So that creates that separation.
So the amount of parking is the same now as it was previous.
Yeah, that was all studied so that they had adequate aircraft parking.
I'm going to ask a question about the environmental assessment process and specifically how it relates to the economic impacts of our community. The two outlines, the two proposals, alternatives that you've put before us today, and Steve brought up a third one, alternative 8A and 12A, both have restrictions to some extent on takeoff and landings because of the sections that need to be jutted close, and the 6 alternative that he brought up, crossing the runway using just the single taxiway, has also restrictions. My understanding is that one of the biggest problems with the airport is during busy times we're kind of maxed out on takeoff and landing. So can you speak a little bit to how the environmental assessment assesses economic impacts to our community? I mean, they will come up with a number of how many commercial flights we'll have to cancel when we are shutting our runway down for 5 minutes here, 10 minutes here, 5 minutes here, you know, and that sort of stuff. How does the whole economic part of the environmental assessment work?
I'll take a stab at that, and I'll qualify it by saying I am an airfield engineer, so
Yeah.
I'm not an environmental planner. But my understanding of the process is that the environmental assessment will look at all the socioeconomic impacts that are tied to the airport. Those will include operations. The piece that you talked about is there's delays, so the delays would be modeled. And all of those cumulative effects of the environmental impacts are quantified. Even the socioeconomic impacts are quantified, and they're evaluated. So I want to limit my talking to that point because there are experts that do that, and I'm not one of those.
And it would probably be better if and when we get to the point of the environmental assessment to have our consultant that actually does those go into more detail. But there are really 23 points, including physical environmental concerns as well as the socioeconomic and projection. So all of that gets rolled in, Rob, to looking at these. That has not been part of the scope of this study. This study has really been about looking at what could be done given the physical restraints of the land that we have, and what we see in terms of future commercial aircraft that will serve our airport, what could be done with the geometries to best meet the requirements that the FAA has put on us to meet safety standards and get to an airport layout plan that the FAA will approve so that we can get into the environmental assessment, which is really, when we get into the public comment portion, the questions you're asking are a lot of the kinds of questions that the public's asking also. But those don't get addressed in the airport layout plan process. They get addressed in the environmental assessment process. And so part of what we're really doing here is trying to figure out an airport layout plan that meets the FAA requirements, retains as much of that original master plan that was approved by the board after 81 public meetings, and really protects the future viability of the airport. That's our criteria that we're looking at right now, and all of the questions that are being asked are critically important. We can't answer them ahead of an environmental assessment.
And I guess part of what I'm trying to think through in my head is the kind of the chicken and the egg with the environmental assessment process, where we come forward with a preferred alternative that we want to move forward with in an EA, and then we move forward with the EA and we start asking these questions and we find out some of the impacts of that airport layout plan, and then as JD said, well, it'll kind of morph into its own airport layout plan. So, to some extent, we could start with, 8A and end up with 12A because of, and I want to make sure that we have options of making changes during that environmental assessment process when we get the answers to these questions. I mean, we're asking the questions now knowing that the answers will come up in the EA, but the answers to the questions lead us to what alternative might be best for our community. So, it's kind of hard to switch gears in the middle of the EA when we've said this is kind of what we want to do. I want to make sure that there's some options to kind of switch gears a little bit.
And the EA process requires us to have multiple alternatives. We go in, presumably an airport layout plan would be one alternative. It's not necessarily a preferred alternative until we go through the EA process. Okay. It is an alternative. And it's an alternative based on the FAA standards and safety standards, operational standards at the airport. Mm-hmm. That's it. The EA gets to consider additional factors that are very important to our community, whether they be the socioeconomic factors, the environmental factors, air quality, noise, those sorts of things. And so when we go into that EA, we're going to have 3 to 4 different alternatives, including a null alternative, the do-nothing alternative, to evaluate against. And it's only after evaluating them against those 23 environmental criteria that we would come out with that preferred alternative. And it may be that as we go through learning on that we do modify to come up with a preferred alternative to mitigate or address issues identified during the environmental assessment. That's the purpose of that process.
George?
So, I know you have more to present, but for the board to be able to move this project forward to the next step, which is an EA, we need to approve an alternative layout. And that may or may not end up being the final layout plan. We won't know that until we go through the EA, but it's a starting point. we can't get to the EA and answer these questions until we get to the starting gate in terms of approving a recommended airport layout plan.
That's correct, and that is why in our narrowing down process, maintaining as much of the previous master plan that the FAA especially had already approved was important, and having an alternative that best met the safety standards from their perspective was important in terms of making a recommendation as to proposed airport layout plans. Because that, presumably would get us to an approved airport layout plan that we could then get into the environmental assessment. And one of the things we don't want to do is too much analysis ahead of that environmental assessment that may fall short of environmental assessment standards, but start to look like we're trying to predetermine an outcome. And that is something we have not done, and something that we need to be careful of, that we keep the environmental assessment process objective going forward.
Just a little clarification, because you had just said a minute ago that the EA will look at multiple alternatives.
Correct.
Including a non-alternative stay as existed. So in terms of what George is asking, the starting point of coming up with an alternative, how is it an alternative versus multiple alternatives in moving forward? What's the starting gate here, as George put it?
The FAA will only approve one airport layout.
After the EA?
No.
Before the EA?
Before the EA.
To get to the EA, but then they look at the other alternatives to
Then there
compare
will be
them to
multiple
them?
alternatives. So we will, to a certain degree, have multiple alternatives again, but those alternatives will go, the difference is the criteria that you're using to evaluate them.
Okay.
In the airport layout plan, we're really looking at safety standards and operational efficiencies. In the EA, there's 23 different factors, including the socioeconomic impacts, the environmental impacts like noise and air quality or water quality, whatever that list is, that those alternatives are evaluated against, and that is where you get to a preferred alternative then. But we still need to get to an airport layout plan, one that meets the FAA requirements for safety and operations before we can move on to the EA, and yes, we will open up alternatives again then.
Again, just because I think this is a good kind of midpoint, we do have an hour left in our time allotted. I had a question back on the slide where you kind of started with all these alternatives and you took these out and then these out and these out. Use some words there I want you to just kind of go through. I think it's good for the public and good for us to understand what these mean. You've got does not meet FAA standards. Well, we talked about that in length as to what the standards are, but then in the next one you said meets standards with significant impacts, and then in the next one you said meets standards to the greatest extent with major operational impacts. So what are significant impacts? What are operational impacts? And what are reasonable operational impacts? Because you kind of threw those out there, that these are things that weeded these out, but what are those things?
Okay, so let's walk through that. The first box does not meet FAA standards. So basically, in parentheses, requires a mods to standards. So what those examples would be, as I started this, we looked at an incremental wingspan increase, something other than 118, maybe it was 105, maybe it was 110. All of those alternatives moved the taxiway not to 400 feet, but maybe 375, 350, all of those other alternatives that weren't 400 feet. The airspace analysis was done on those alternatives, and actually the 400 came out as well or better than those other alternatives. So right there, those don't meet the FAA standard, and the airspace is not impacted. So those ones get ruled out. The next box meets FAA standards with significant impact. An example of that would be you take to Steve's point, if you took taxiway alpha and said we're going to leave the runway where it is, and we're going to move taxiway alpha 80 feet to the east, that's a significant impact. Do you meet the standards of 400 feet? Yes. But do you reduce the east side apron frontage by 80 feet and you basically cut it in half? That's a significant impact. So that one got ruled out, if that makes sense. That's an example of a significant impact. You can't move alpha 80 feet.
Encroaching on the terminal building.
Encroaching on the terminal building, encroaching on Atlantic's leasehold for the FBO. Okay? Taking out all the tie downs that exist at the north end of the airport, those types of impacts. The next one is major operational impacts, really speaks to what we were talking about before with midfield crossings of aircraft. So as an example, if you had an FBO on the west side and an FBO on the east side, and you had a midfield crossing, in the FAA's air traffic size, that's a significant operational impact. You are crossing an aircraft on an active runway. If there's other alternatives like we've proposed, they do not want those runway crossings. So those are major operational impacts. And then we get down to the last two that meet the FAA standards to the greatest extent possible.
Thank you.
So that's why 8A is the one that most meets those standards.
Yes.
Because it only has the little blip around the AOC for where there'd be a restriction. And other than that, it meets the D3 standards all the way.
And as you've already anticipated, Steve, I think in our discussions with the FAA that Airport Operations Center is one of our newer and more functional buildings. At some point, that building will depreciate out and may be appropriate for relocation, and you can have that taxiway fully meeting standard. At that point, I think the FAA was willing, because of the newness of that asset and the expense of that asset and the limited operational impact of taxiing around it, was, at least the feedback we got was that that was an acceptable accommodation.
Okay,
Other questions?
do we want to
I know
move
it's
on?
a lot of stuff.
I'm going to fast forward us up through to the cost component, which we left off at. So with these two alternatives, we went and did a conceptual level cost estimate, considering all of the construction costs that would be tied to this, including earthwork, drainage, utilities, navigational aids. And we put together a conceptual cost estimate for alternative 8A, which is estimated at $132 million total project cost. And then alternative 12A is $121 million.
Sorry.
No, get it from the PowerPoint.
The question that always begs right after that is who pays for that and how is it paid for? The sources of funding, and we've listed them on the slide because it is very important. We are anticipating 90% federal funding for this project, which the FAA will step up under the Airport Improvement Program, make these types of high priority investments in the community up to 90%. From the 90%, the next source of funding that we are looking to is Colorado Department of Transportation, the Aeronautics Division, for a matching grant of 5%. And then from the local airport fund, the enterprise fund of the airport would be kick in the last 5%. I'm going to turn it back to John at this point.
So phase 3 was really about bringing these two alternatives, 8A and 12A, out to the public and getting feedback. And we did that through a number of venues. We had over 20 presentations when you count the community open houses. We reached out through the press and electronically on media. We set up the Pickens County Connect website, which I'll get to on the next slide. We utilized our advertising space. Really, I think one of the first efforts was going through a series of coffee chats, which was a smaller group. We had typically 5 to 6 folks there through 10 coffee chats. In general, the feedback that we got was one, there's obviously a lot of misinformation out there and a lot of questions. And generally, the types of discussion that would happen at those chats is very reflective of the comments that are in front of you from the Pickens County Connect and the open house forms, where really the majority, roughly 2/3, generally were supportive of making changes at the airport to accommodate the next generation of commercial aircraft. Generally, around 2/3 of folks felt that was extremely important. And then the vast majority of the remaining third really had a lot of the same types of concerns that you see raised in the comments around impacts, trying to understand what would the impacts be, whether that be growth in the number of people coming to the community, what might the air quality impacts be, what might the noise impacts be, the whole host of really issues that, as we've already talked about, really get addressed in the environmental assessment process, not in the airport layout plan process. And then there were a small group that really felt that it was not important for us to maintain commercial service at the airport, and at least commercial service at the level that we have now, and that we do not need to make any changes. But again, that was a vast minority, really, of folks. We already looked at the video. And so, just kind of recapping, there wasn't a really good understanding of what was being proposed generally when we went out, either to do presentations, or I think at the beginning of our open houses, or during the coffee chats or such. We generally had positive response from the public once they understood the issue. There wasn't a good understanding of the problem and why we were addressing this issue right now. I do want to say, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize some folks, particularly going back when we did our open houses. We did have representation from the FAA and Bombardier at those meetings. They answered a lot of questions, gave the public the same information that we're giving you today, but directly from the source. And I also want to recognize, I think Dustin and Brian and Pat are in the audience. They provided a lot of support in all of these community presentations and coffee chats and such, because we'd have people coming in at different times, and I think those were really effective outreach efforts. But in general, folks understood, didn't always but generally understood that in order to accommodate the next generation of commercial jets, we needed to meet the FAA safety standards and recognize the economic value to the community. You may have seen, based on our discussions and based on the kinds of questions that we were getting when we did our outreach, we did put together more or less a FAQ, frequently asked questions. We did, the Aspen Times was nice enough to publish that as a guest editorial for us. I don't want to go through all of these necessarily one by one unless the board has questions. There were a few that I think the community had particular energy on, and just want to address those. And the first one is, you know, there's been a lot of talk about, can't the FAA give us a new modification to safety standards? And as JD's already talked about, you know, the FAA's goal is to really standardize airfields in the national airspace. What I think we have not mentioned yet, what's changed from years past when we have been able to work with the FAA to get modifications to standards, now the FAA is under congressional mandate to standardize airfields to the greatest extent possible to those design category requirements. And I believe their deadline was December, or in 2 months, wasn't it? Now, what they're really working with is our airports making you know, reasonable progress towards meeting those full safety standards to the greatest extent possible. And so it's really that congressional mandate that is driving the FAA and really driving them to standardize and not offer modification to standards as we've been able to get in the past. Another question that I think had a lot of energy in the community is, will accommodating larger aircraft spell massive growth in air traffic here? And the answer to that is it's unlikely, based on, you know, what we know today. You know, our air traffic is really controlled by two key factors. Physical apron space to move and manage aircraft on the ground, which would change. That'd increase a little bit with the proposals that we have. But probably more important, especially during busy times, is limited airspace. We have really one way out, generally for commercial aircraft, one way in. There's one exception where the turboprops can land on 3-3, but we have one runway, and our airspace is very limited. That is the probably biggest single factor that would limit growth. These, though, are the types of factors that would be evaluated and analyzed to a greater extent in the environmental assessment when you take a deeper dive into looking at how many operations, what might a fleet mix look like for the airlines, and understanding what, if anything, would happen with our growth projections. We have operated under the assumption that would not significantly change our growth projections at this point. We wouldn't know until we got into the environmental assessment. Maybe one of the biggest questions that we've gotten is, if we make the recommended runway improvements, will aircrafts like the 737s or Airbus A319s, is that right? Be able to operate here? And you know, from a physical dimension in terms of wingspan and weight, if we meet the FAA requirements for full design category 3, they would meet the requirements in terms of physical dimension to operate here. What is less clear is two factors. One, we don't know whether they have the operating capacity to fly here. Do they have the performance capability to fly here? And then two, would they meet what may be more stringent safety standards from commercial operators and such to operate here? We don't know the answers to those questions yet. That would be evaluated in the environmental assessment in terms of aircraft performance and the likelihood that they would meet safety standards to operate at the airport. But just from a purely physical dimension, yeah, they would meet those. Doesn't mean that they fly in here. Steve?
Comparing the Airbus A319 and 737 to the other aircraft that are on the chart, what's the number of passengers, kind of the range of passengers that these different planes would carry? And how does that compare to the CJ700?
It's a really difficult question to answer because it depends on how those aircraft are configured for commercial service.
Yeah, I know they're always going like that.
Yeah.
With or without knees.
Do you have a
Yeah,
range?
I can give you a range. So the CS series from Bombardier can be configured anywhere from the CS100 can be configured from 100 seats to 125. And what gets difficult to answer, as John has alluded, is how is the cabin class configured? Do you have, obviously you have an economy class, you may have a business class, and you may have a first class. And when you have those upper classes, it cuts into the economy of seats, or the number of seats. So the CS series is roughly 100 to 125. The Boeing series 737 is slightly larger depending upon how it's configured and which aircraft they're looking at. The 737-700, as I recall, is anywhere from 118 seats to, I think the upper end, and don't quote me on this, was around 135, something like that. So I'm going to use 10% larger in seat capacity compared to the CS series. The Airbus, I don't happen to know what its configuration is. My guess is it's similar. And as I recall, I think it's a good comparison note is the BAE 146 was actually configured to 110 seats for many of its operations that came into and out of the airport.
And what we don't know, and what would be part of the environmental assessment process, is just because the aircraft have maybe 10% more seating capacity, would they be then running the same number of operations, or would there be fewer? Those are the types of things that, until we get into the EA and really have that more detailed analysis about what the carrier, what kind of aircraft the carriers might try and operate here, how they'd be configured, and how many operations they would likely accomplish, for their business. We really can't provide a projection, but there are all kinds of ways to slice and dice that.
Would there be some differences in summertime operation that even though Jet had more seats, they might not be able to fill them because of the hotter air temperatures during the summertime? Is that a likely assumption given this new aircraft we have?
Yeah, that's a great point. The summertime operations, in a large respect, are greatly reduced because of the density altitude. So you're absolutely right. Some of these aircraft may not be able to operate in the summertime because of that.
And just the other one that's gotten some energy is how quickly would construction begin? And really, I think that's trying to understand what are the different approval processes. And really, as we've already talked about, nothing would happen in terms of construction or changes at the airport based on the approval of an airport layout plan. You have to go through an environmental assessment, and as I'm about to talk about in the next slide, a number of local, federal, and even state approvals. So before anything would happen, we'd have to go through the airport layout plan submittal and approval. We'd have to go through environmental assessment to get to that preferred alternative. and then that preferred alternative would still need to go through local land use reviews. It would have to go through federal reviews and approvals, and there's just a number of steps and opportunities for public input. So the airport layout plan is not an approval for development. It's setting direction, but it's direction that may change through any of these processes. I'll turn it over to JD.
So as we went through the process, we had to, as John explained, there is one airport layout plan, and you have to depict an alternative. So when we went through the public outreach, some of the things we heard that are listed in your comments is we don't want another incremental step. So the 320 alternative, while it is a good alternative, are we going to have to come back and move that taxiway again? Because it's another non-standard condition. That's a great point. The other point is the FAA didn't approve it at 320 in the first place. So really those are kind of the two key points, but I want to also add on, there's some other real significant advantages to 8A. It's the alternative that allows for all the future regional aircraft without the operational restrictions. When we talked about that 4.5-minute delay, that could be hugely significant in terms of the airspace and operations, and doesn't feel like the right alternative to go forward with.
Rachel?
Just to kind of drill down on that one a little bit more. It's my understanding that you're an equal access airport for commercial or general aviation, and so you really can't say, oh, okay, well you 5 general aviations have to wait while these next 5 commercial flights come in. Is it first come, first served to the tower?
Yeah, the tower
and
views,
for takeoff?
Yeah, the tower views it as an aircraft, and I don't want to speak for the tower.
Right.
But they don't give preferential treatment
to commercial versus, so you really could have a lot of delays.
Yes.
To all the commercial flights, and then that means potentially people missing their connections when they left late, and a lot of snarls. So
yes.
I just wanted to drill down on how that 1 4-minute delay could multiply over 10 or 15 operations in the course of the day, let alone more, and really end up with significant delays by the end of the day.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And alternative 8A is what we listed as most closely aligned with meeting the federal safety standards for the runway taxiway separation. It clearly is. It allows for maximum aircraft operational efficiency with minimal operational holds, and that operational hold we're referring to is the bump out around the AOC. It meets FAA Design Group 3 standards, excluding that bump out. And what we heard from the community is it does have what I would say is a majority of support for that alternative over 12A.
So, in terms of next steps, we're in phase 3, step A, which is really to go out, present this information that we presented to you today to the public, minus we didn't do the airport history, but all the discussion around the air services study. Get feedback. We've done that. Based on that feedback, we believe alternative 8A, both for the technical reasons as well as the feedback that we've gotten from the public, of the two is the best alternative to submit as a new airport layout plan. We would anticipate continued ongoing dialogue, meeting with service groups, continued outreach, but we're looking for direction from the board as far as which alternative, if any, to submit. Upon submitting the ALP to the The FAA will review and hopefully approve that. And upon approval, we would then be in a position to begin the environmental assessment, where I think really that's where a lot of the community's questions are going to be answered in more detail. And as we've already talked about, that's going to include forecasts and fleet mix, natural resource impacts, and the socioeconomic impacts. And again, those just are not within the scope of the airport layout plan. Just to talk a little bit about how all of this potentially fits together. This is our chart of 3D chess at the airport. Right now, we've got phase 3 of the air services study. We're right here at the end of 2014, asking the board for direction to prepare an airport layout plan that would come back to you in the first quarter, towards the end of the first quarter of 2015. That then would go to the FAA for review, and we would hope approval by mid-2015. Going down to the bottom, what we'd anticipate then is starting the procurement process for the west side fixed-based operators. The board's aware we've received a substantially complete application for a second fixed-based operator, and under our code, we are required to put that out to bid. We have not done that until we have an approved airport layout plan so that we know what it is we'd be putting out to bid. The other two pieces then connected, the other piece connected would be the airfield environmental assessment. We'd anticipate that once we have that approved ALP, we would start the environmental assessment process. We anticipate that's going to take 18 to 24 months. This process gets us to about 25% design in order to analyze all of the impacts that we've been talking about. Upon having a finding of no significant impact and record of decision, we would anticipate going into design and construction. I would say that, at this point, we're at maybe 5 to 8% design. We've left a large window for construction, assuming that we'd have to phase construction so the airport could remain open, particularly during busy times. And you can see between the taxiway and runway construction, however you phase that, we'd anticipate that that's completed sometime after 2021 on what is a pretty aggressive timeline, which really starts up here. In the meantime, we have a separate issue, which is the east side improvements that were approved in the airport layout plan, and really the terminal area. We've started scoping that environmental assessment, and we anticipate that we'll be starting that in 2015. And again, this is a very general estimate, assuming phasing so that we can stay open during busy times. So these will get refined significantly going forward. What's really important, this dotted line to the left, this represents when we anticipate approximately 50% of that fleet of CRJ700s to be retired. The line on the right is when we anticipate 100% of that fleet of CRJ700s that currently serve the airport to be retired. And so really our goal needs to be hitting on the first half of this if we want to maintain the same level of commercial service that we have today. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we take any questions.
Rachel?
Yeah, something that I had read through on the comments I wanted to ask you about, and we really haven't touched on it as much as we've been talking about the taxiways and MOS and everything else. And it's also because our little key boxes on that part of the map. But someone referenced in their comments that the last layout plan did not have the large hangars shown for the FBO, but now this new plan does. Is that a change, or was that just
None of that's changed.
a little
yeah.
bit of, okay.
It's still geared towards the minimum standards for the fixed-based operator. That's what we've reflected
And as I
on the master
recall,
plan.
that's offering the same type of product that the existing FBO is able to take advantage of.
Correct.
Thank you for the clarification. I have a question in terms of the next steps. You know, in 2011, 2012, we went through the airport master plan. And the bulk of the airport master plan was kind of determining what we're able to do, largely from a financial point of view. So much has changed since then in terms of everything that we've looked at in the last year with this in our phase 1 and 2 studies and now phase 3 studies. At what point do we start to go back and revise the airport master plan to better match what we're looking at here with these alternatives in the airport layout plan?
Really, the environmental assessment is, again, not to sound like a broken record here, but that's going to be the best place. And the reason I say that is that's where you're going to bring these improvements to a percentage of design that's sufficient to have good estimates of cost and to model potential financing. And so right now in the airfield side, as JD was pointing out, the largest impact would actually be to the FAA, followed by state aeronautics and then the county. So the impact actually on the county's funding is pretty minimal relative to the contributions of the FAA and such. And so given the general estimates that are made when you're doing the master planning process, it would make more sense to me to get into a more rigorous design and cost estimation in order to really model those costs.
Because some of the cost and revenue models are the second fixed-based operator lease, the and what revenue stream that might bring, as well as operational revenue streams, for the airport in terms of how this new layout affects things. Our fees are partially based on weight of planes. We're talking about a new class of planes coming in, all sorts of things like that, and it just seems prudent to kind of look at this. We had about a 15-20 year profit and loss statement, or kind of financial flow statement for as a big part of the airport master plan, and it seems to me like some of that could a lot of it's going to come out in the EA, no question, but it seems to me some of that is kind of thrown out the door now, and there's some new pieces need to be put in.
And the reason I'd still encourage the board to consider doing that in the EA, to the discussion Steve and I were having earlier, a lot of the projections about what those landing fees might be and what have you will be more accurate in the environmental assessment than what we have now, and so we're going to have to do that.
I'm not saying we should do it before. It's just I think it
I'm
happens
sorry, yeah.
during the EA, but
Yes.
when? The beginning of the EA, the middle? Does it happen a little bit at the beginning, a little bit at the middle, a little bit at the end? Because I think that's a good picture to what's going on out there.
The EAs are generally what's called an iterative process, which means you kind of go through a cycle and you go through the cycle again, because you're considering a number of very complex impacts that may require you to mitigate and change your plan a little bit, which changes your finances. And so the EAs generally go through an iterative process, but again, I'd want to defer to the firm that really does the EAs for us, who has more expertise in that. And when we get to that point of the EA, we can certainly answer those questions.
And then in reference to that, one of the questions I had in your commonly asked questions, how much of these runway improvements are going to cost the taxpayers? And it kind of surprised me a little bit to see that we do not anticipate general fund dollars Where in the past, we've really talked about not using general fund dollars. So it kind of seemed like a switch of direction. And the other thing that's not mentioned here, which I believe has been part of our conversation, which is direct funding from a second FBO. A second FBO saying, as part of their proposal or part of their bid, we'll help contribute to the infrastructure at the airport. So can you speak to those two things? One, how much are general fund dollars potentially at play here? And two, how much can we look at a second FBO to potentially put dollars in towards what's a major infrastructure project?
Historically, we've not put any local tax dollars into the airport, and yes, we're not planning on that, so I can't tell you,
Okay.
we're not planning.
It's the first I've seen that language.
And the reason, there's a lot of moving parts, and I guess it goes back to the old saying, never say never, right? But you can say super highly unlikely, just because there are a lot of improvements, particularly on the east side and the terminal area improvements. The FAA historically has not covered as much of those improvements, and to your point, Rob, we have a model, but that model needs to be vetted further to make sure that we do have a self-contained revenue source, and we fully anticipate that we will. But there are other airports where local dollars do go in to contribute to that infrastructure. Again, it's never happened here. We don't anticipate that. It's not part of our planning right now that would be the case. But we also didn't want to represent without having the plans fully in front of us. That is absolutely never going to happen.
And the FBO question?
I'm sorry, Rob.
Well, we're talking about, what is this going to cost the taxpayers, and you're talking about where all the possible funding's coming from.
So
why have we not talked about the potential of part of our RFP for FBOs saying what support can you give financially towards physical structure?
I think that's going to depend again on, as we move forward and seeing what the FAA has the ability and willingness to fund in terms of that infrastructure. Again, the higher the cost up front for the FBO on the infrastructure side, there will probably be less contribution on the other side.
The lease side.
Which supports other pieces of infrastructure at the airport. And so I think until we know exactly, and particularly what I'm thinking about is the ramp space, will the FAA have a good contribution there? Will it not? If not, we'd anticipate that responsibility probably falls on the fixed-based operator, not on the county. The FAA does sometimes fund that infrastructure, so we need to get farther down the road.
And I guess just not not being an airport guy, but obviously having been involved for the last 4 years, we're looking at a fixed-based operator on the west side, and per our FAA guidelines, and we're looking at a taxiway Bravo on the west side, which would be, my guess is, 99% used by that fixed-based operator. It's an asset and infrastructure that's primarily used for that fixed-based operator. It's not, I would say, probably next to never be used by a commercial flight and those sorts of things. Some emergency standards, those sorts of things, but that's a big structure. So the financial implications of a second fixed-based operator for that infrastructure is crucial.
Well, and again, I think the FAA contributions are really they're looking at it as an aviation users using it, that aviation users paying into various funds, whether it be through fuel taxes or what have you, that are used to support that infrastructure, whether it be general aviation or commercial. So there's landing fee, there's
They don't discriminate against the planes that are using it, is one of
Yeah,
the
and
aspects
I
that
think
we've been
their
aware of.
perspective is going to be that, it's really supporting that aviation purpose. The FBO is providing a service and, per our grant assurances. And that was another frequently asked question that I should have addressed and had a star by, but, when we accept grants from the FAA, when we accept those grants for improvements at the airport, one of the assurances that we make is that we'll provide the land or such on an equal and competitive basis. And the fixed-based operators are part of that. Clearly in our multiple alternatives, we've shown that we're able to accommodate that kind of structure, at least at this level of analysis. The environmental assessment may find other factors that affect that. We don't know that yet. But right now, at the level of analysis that we've done for geometry and safety, we can accommodate that second fixed-based operator. It doesn't mean we have to pay for it. But if the FAA does come up with the funding for taxiways and/or ramp spaces, it's very difficult, to say that we couldn't.
Rachel?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Rob, I think it's good that you asked the question and drilled down on those a little further. I do think that the word anticipated is probably the right word in there, because I looked at...
And where, I'm sorry.
It's anticipated that there won't be any, that it'll all be airport funds.
Oh, in terms of this, and
Yes.
not anticipated, the
Not
use of
anticipated.
general...
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I think using the word anticipated
Yeah.
is appropriate. When you look at a timeline that goes out to 2021, all sorts of ground rules can change.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand.
I know. I'm speaking to the general public, not you as much as anyone, but, we have certain guidelines with the FAA now. We have certain guidelines with CDOT, and yet they will often come in to say, but, we're changing the match requirement or something. I mean, these things can change, and we should all know that in mind. We're dealing with the best information in the current rules and the current guidelines, but they do change, and there's sometimes where different items can be found, that's outside of the scope of what we normally fund, but we may want something as an enhancement to the project that we would want to fund separately. I'm not offering up our general fund. It's pretty tight in general, but right now there's a large debate going on over in the Eagle Vale Valley about whether they should have a sales tax question to raise another $1.2 million to guarantee air service, to just get the type of seats and service we have without subsidy, and they're down about 100,000 seats a year over what they used to be able to attract there. So I think we've always been in a very good position in that this is a competitive route, and this is a profit-making route, and there's a lot of demand there. But I'd hate to see us getting towards the end of the useful life of some of these planes and them saying, well, if you give us another $1 million to repair our fleet, we'll keep it in operation for another year, or something like that. I mean, I don't want to ever be in a position where these outside forces are dictating what we can and can't do, or how we serve our community or not, that are not the FAA type of outside forces, but market forces, that we were too far behind the curve in pursuing our improvements. And I think that, we've talked a lot about other airports coming up to modifications of standards or eliminating those. I think the competition for those dollars, as everyone tries to fulfill the congressional mandate, is going to get pretty steep among other airports who are trying to correct their deficiencies. So I think it's important to be out in front of this, and I just wanted to kind of add that, I'm certainly not looking forward to general fund dollars, but we had to add general fund dollars to the underpass at the Airport Business Center, just to make sure that project really went through.
Steve?
How stable is the CDOT aeronautics funding? I know their highway funding is always under attack because it's coming largely from the federal government. But as I recall, the CDOT money does come from a tax on the aviation fuel. Is that right? And is that stable, and how much competition is there in the state for their funding?
Not stable and
Well,
lost.
stable right now, I don't think I would, they've run into what I appear to be bookkeeping kind of errors that have had them draw down the fund a little bit quicker, and so I think we're still trying to understand what that means short and long term. And so you're going to see stories about that, and we're tracking that, and as we know more, we'll make adjustments as necessary. We're not sure we have to make any long-term adjustments because of that. Other than that, it is really supported by a tax on, or fee on fuel, and I can't remember if that's flat or a percentage, JD, do you know?
It's a percentage.
So that will be elastic with
Depending on how much
fuel
fuel is
prices,
being-
well, how much and what the prices are.
Okay.
So it's elastic. It's like a sales tax. It'll go up and down. George?
Yeah, I'm ready to weigh in on this. You know, I start with the belief that our airport is one of our most important economic assets as an international destination resort. And when we started this process, we actually started this process several years ago when we undertook the master plan. And that master plan identified current needs and current challenges and future needs. And from that, we decided we needed to do a study in terms of how to sustain our future air service. And from there, we learned about the changing regional technology in terms of our aircraft and the challenges that they're going to provide, that we're going to have to address. And also the need to address the FAA safety and operation standards. So throughout this, what has been somewhat of a marathon, and I commend JD Aviation and all your staff for helping lead us through this, it's really been a tremendous community process. And similar to when we did our master plan, when I attended one of our open houses and had a chance to chat with one of the FAA personnel there, he commented on how unusual this process that we undertook in this community to look at how are we going to address these future needs. He said he's never seen any community that has done such a outreach to gather information, make sure that all stakeholders and any and all community members have the opportunity to provide input, ask questions, and actually learn in terms of what the current needs are and the future needs. So I think it starts with the process. That process, for me, has shown that it's led me to support the recommendation, not only from the consultants, but based on this input from the community, and that is to support an airport layout plan with alternative 8A as a starting point. And that provides us to allow, hopefully, the FAA to approve that as a airport layout plan, and then begin another lengthy process in terms of trying to address a lot of these questions to move forward. So it's, you know, it's not a 10K, it's a marathon. And we're just at the start. But I think what has been so informative and valuable to me in terms of being able to support this is a process that has been undertaken from the very start of the master plan to now.
Other comments?
I would support submitting this to the alternative 8A as our, our preferred alternative. I guess we do the 12A as an alternative to them. Is that right?
Well, what we're looking for now is direction on how to prepare a new airport layout plan, and what we've suggested is basing it on 8A. Then when we get to the environmental assessment, we'll be considering alternatives again, so maybe 12A, maybe not. You know, we'll have that discussion when we get to that point about which alternatives make most sense.
I'm in favor of moving forward in that direction. I think there are a lot of questions that still need to be answered through the EA, and I think, as you said, I think the key point is that layout plan is very likely going to metamorphose into something that looks like it, but maybe a little different. But there's a lot of questions that we've put out here that the responses are, we'll get the answer to that during the EA. So until we start diving into that environmental assessment and move forward with the deadlines that we have looming on this, we won't know. So we may be looking at a handful of the other alternatives that were out there and how they could be put together, phased, stepped, paid for, all of those things, and how they affect the environmental impacts in terms of an environmental sense, in terms of an economic sense, in terms of a social impact sense, and all of those things.
Yeah.
I think it's really important for the public to know that the environmental impact has a large array of things that they're going to be looking at and giving us feedback information to make decisions to metamorphose this into the plan that works the best for the community. Michael.
Let me ask, how is EA, when we proceed with EA, we do, how is it staged, and how does public input get put into EA? Is it in phases of EA, or do we reach a conclusion and then have public input about that EA? How does that work?
Well, there's, EAs get structured around the, question and purpose. So all of those processes are going to look a little bit different. But typically you'll have public input. What I would anticipate is we're going to have to go through some, we're going to need to design alternatives to a certain level. So for example, when we're doing that on the east side in the terminal, I'm expecting a lot more public input up front on that kind of process than maybe the airfield layouts, which is more of a technical exercise. And so I don't know how to answer that question right now.
For instance, on the airport layout, the question of the 737, which is one of the foremost questions, does that come up midway through? Does that get answered midway through the EA? Or at the end of the EA do people discover, oh my goodness, we have a 737 possible?
No,
how does that work?
That's going to be part of the projections that go in towards the front end of the EA, so you know what impacts you're evaluating. You can't evaluate impacts if you don't know, for example, what a fleet mix is going to be, or, yeah.
So you talk to the carriers, is that what you do? Is part of that impact?
Yeah. Well, that's a question we're wrestling with, Michael, because, if you look at it historically, of course, we've never had aircraft like that service. We've had regional jet aircraft with a 95-foot wingspan or below. And so in looking at, what might be if those modification to standards are removed, it would likely be discussions with air service, either providers. They also use companies or such that do analysis, fleet mix analysis. Maybe we're looking at that. We don't know exactly what that approach is going to be until we get into scoping on it right now. I wish I had a better answer for you, but again, I think that is a discussion that's going to be better when we're scoping, if and when we're scoping that EA, to have with somebody who has more expertise than me in it.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm just,
sorry,
I'm just thinking, I just don't know, I support the 8A alternative, but I don't know, and I think there's going to be a question for the public. is the EA going to be completed and then there will be discussion? Or will there be
No, there's
discovery at the
gonna
end
be-
of the EA that indeed 737 is a possibility? And that changes a lot of how we look at service for Aspen.
So Michael, in order to analyze and I think maybe this will answer your question, you've got to bring each alternative up to a certain design level in order to analyze the impacts. And to do that, we're going to need to do projections on what kind of aircraft, what kind of fleet. So that's going to be information that's going to need to be collected and discussed earlier on in the analysis. It's not going to be something that comes at the end and all of a sudden it's a surprise that we've been looking at that. That's going to have to come at the front end because that's part of, you know, what we're designing to, and it's part of the impacts that have to be evaluated as part of the EA. We need to know what kind of aircraft might be using this airport, how often. Otherwise, we can't evaluate the environmental
And when you say
impacts.
we need to know, do you mean the public needs to know, or?
Well, there will be a lot of public, there's a lot of public process at each stage of an EA typically. So, yeah, once we have those projections, those typically get discussed publicly to move on to the next step. So I don't think there will be a surprise at the end, and we wouldn't do that as a practical matter anyway, because that wouldn't be the right thing to do for the
No, I
community.
mean, my concern is that as we go along in the EA, that the possible impacts, whatever they are, 737s or whatever, are vetted in the community, and at least they're kept abreast of what we're looking at in terms of going forward. That's my only concern.
And we've got a lot of control over that process moving forward in the EA, which is good. So you guys will have an opportunity to weigh in on that scope and such.
Rachel wanted to follow up on something.
It's a little more directly on Michael's point, if that's okay. You know, again, when you enter into an EA, the scoping is the first initial public opportunity to ask questions or to say, be sure to look at this, be sure to look at that, and then the EA has to answer that.
Right.
But, you know, I appreciate Michael's pursuit of making sure there's more public input either during the process or not being surprised at the end. But I think this is the time to be very clear, if we were not as clear as we should have been, that the question is really, does Pickens County want to maintain a D3 airport, or would we like to go down to a different type of airport? And if we're going to be pursuing an airport layout plan that's a D3 airport, it will allow wingspans of 79 feet to 118 feet. And if that plane can operate separately in that airspace and hits those wingspan restrictions, we would not be able to discriminate and say, no, you can't land it here. So it'd be up to an operator's standard of safety, the FAA standard of safety for the airspace, and then that's what this airport would accommodate. So, I mean, that is the fundamental question I think we should all be aware of, because right now, 737s have a wingspan below 118 feet. And so that question's there, that's the answer, but it has to do, again, more with the FAA's safety standards and operational standards. I do not see us moving our classification of an airport down one grade to planes that are 78 feet wingspan or less. That would be less than the commercial carriers we have coming in here now. We wouldn't even be able to fly our current craft. I think they're up around 95.
You couldn't do the Q400, but the CRJ actually, I think, fits just under that.
Just under that, and for its useful life in the fleet and service of the country. And at that time, when those are retired, the new models to replace that for the commercial airlines just aren't hitting that same standard anymore. They aren't making them that small for efficiency and economy. So that's my point here. It's just that, you know, we're going forward with pursuing a D3 airport. I think that should be a fundamental belief of our board going forward, and that we're not going to use the EA to then say, oh, okay, now we have to go backwards to D2, because we don't like the impacts. I mean, that, I guess that's not out of the question, but I don't believe that's where we're going.
Steve?
That was basically my point about, if we're a D3 airport, whatever aircraft is
Under that wingspan?
allowed
and
to
safe to-
land at a D3 airport that qualifies for air performance and everything, and it doesn't matter if it's the Concorde from France, if they could land there and it met the thing, I think we would have to accept it landing here.
Is it below 118
That is
feet?
that is not a D3 aircraft.
This is the relationship that we're in with the FAA and the guidelines for our, and the funding for our airport, the assurances for our airport. We do have some control, as Rachel said, to the classification, the ideas of layout with collaboration with the FAA, but there are things that we do not have control over. The FAA has some mandates for us, basically.
So I'm okay moving forward the 8A.
It sounds like we have direction, so we will prepare that and bring it back in a regular meeting.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I forgot to kind of make my real closing comments other than to that question, but, you know, my priorities have been safety from day one, and that, of course, dovetails immediately with the economy of our community and the air service that supports that economy. And then the challenge we all have of balancing our aesthetics and appropriate scale and size with the community. But I think this has been a thorough and reasonable process, and I think this next step will keep us continuing along a pace at a reasonable manner. And I'm not going to rush it. I don't want to delay it, but I want to see all the questions answered thoroughly for our community. Thanks.
Thank you all. That's all we've got for you.
Okay.
Thanks. Can we stand
Well, no, we
up?
have more
Yeah,
items,
sure.
but you get a break for that.
Let's come back at 3:05, take a 15-minute break, or 14-minute at this point.
typical here.
Welcome back, everybody. Today is Tuesday, December 16th. This is the Board of County Commissioners, Beacon County, Colorado work session, and we're going into more afternoon session here with a update to the CSU extension.
Great. Thanks, Bob.
Yep.
I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director, and we have a team assembled here to talk about CSU extension and how we have integrated that initiative this past year. So just to kick it off, why don't we go around and introduce ourselves to the board, and then we'll give you an overview of 2014, what we've done, how we've tried to succeed, the problems we've solved, and then some initiatives that we're looking at for 2015 as well. And what we'd like to do is engage the board in a dialogue on where this program's going, and if we're doing the right things, if we're meeting your expectations, and if you have any amendments to the ideas that we have, we'd like to hear about those. So with that, why don't you start, Jeff?
So I'm Jeff Piper. I am the horticultural and small acreage agent that's been working over in Pickens County 1 day a week.
Jack Johnson, I do outreach and education at the landfill.
Melissa Sever, I'm the staff liaison with Extension.
I'm Paul Holsinger, the Open Space and Trails Land Officer.
I'm Glenda Whitworth, and I'm the Eagle County Extension County Director and the Family and Consumer Science Extension Agent.
And I'm Kathy Hall, the Landfill Manager.
Why we have all these people here, it's because it's really been quite a collaboration to provide the services that Extension can provide to the citizens and involve our staff as well. Extension hasn't been in place in the county for, we were debating today, at least 20 years. And so really we're hitting new ground with this program, and we want to make sure that not only are we engaged as staff, but we're providing what citizens want. If we could go to the problem. What we identified as the problem to address is really the lack of available natural resource information for our citizens, and allow them to make informed decisions about sustainable options for their homes, their gardens, and their ranches. And so with that, we started to collaborate with the landfill on living lab workshops that actually Jack came up with the idea based on customer requests. And then we started also collaborating with Open Space on their shift in how they're handling some of the recently acquired lands in the Open Space and Trails program.
In addition to that, Jeff spent a lot of his time doing site visits up and down Pickens County, getting his name out, just talking to citizens, homeowners, ranch managers about pest control, disease management. And we held a conservation field day at Cozy Point this year, just to educate citizens on small acreage-based techniques. We had quite a few presentations. We had 20 plus attendees, and we talked about local food, pest management, and soil structure. And then in addition to that, just building additional relationships, attending different events such as Pro Challenge and putting up booths promoting extension in the county. So with that, I'll hand it out to Kathy, and we'll talk in depth about some of the activities that have went on this year.
Okay, the Living Lab workshops came about last spring, and again, it was the idea of Jack when we learned that we were getting an extension agent 1 day a week. He was like, this was the perfect opportunity to take up some of that time and to create an educational forum to open the landfill up more, to create more of a sustainability vision of the landfill rather than just filling waste. So we came up with the Living Lab workshops. And we held 9 workshops in both the spring and the fall, and they were attended by 168 people. So they were very popular and well received. And the photo we're showing here, that's from our mushroom hunting workshop. It was our most popular one. It supported all age groups, came out, and we had just over 50 people. Very popular, well received, high remarks on it. This was an additional Living Lab workshop we did in both the spring and the fall. It was on chickens, raising backyard chickens for food, composting, and for fun. So that was our second most well-attended workshop. Again, very engaging. Shannon Miller brought out her chickens, and people got a hands-on approach on how to handle chickens and how they work in the composting process in the yard. In the fall, we started an outreach campaign to get more of the word out, and we were in the local papers, the Time Out magazines, and one of the first ones we advertised was the mushroom hunting one. And we got, again, over 50 people attending, well received. And actually, I went out that day and it was a lot of fun. So it was, I think, a good community outreach and educating people on just more sustainability issues. And this was our classroom. We held most of the classrooms at the landfill in the crew room down below by the scale house. So we kind of crammed some people in. So we're looking to create more of an educational space at the landfill to accommodate tours as well as these living lab workshops. And I'm going to turn it over to Glenda. She's the food safety. She did a canning workshop in the fall as well that was well attended, and she can tell you more about what she's done in the valley here.
Yes, so I have actually been working with the Salt Regional Library as well, doing some classes there, which draws in citizens from not only Eagle County, but from Pitkin County and Garfield County as well. And although they don't have a kitchen at the library, I did another canning and food preservation workshop there, as well as at the landfill. And then I have done some small steps to health and wealth at the library there too, which is just some other healthy eating, active living programs that I do through the family and consumer science programming that I put on. So I just want to also touch on last year at this time I was in town and another extension agent and I were here providing a train the trainer for a curriculum called Works 2, which is a personal finance curriculum, and we were training nonprofit agencies in this curriculum so that they could take it back and use it with their clients, so their clients could understand how to set goals, how to set up a budget, how to set up an emergency savings plan. And so some of those agencies are using that curriculum here in the valley now.
Oh, okay, it's my turn. So I'm not sure if you, the beginning of that was the whole idea what Kathy was talking about with the living lab and kind of coming together. And so I was the person that was appointed as the 1 day a week that was through the MOU that come over. And my horticulture background and small acreage position kind of led myself to that. And one of the first living lab things there are actually people I met was Jack, and we were kind of, he was looking for something for ideas and things like that. And one of the first labs we did was a soils workshop, and it was a 2-week soils workshop. And we came together, taught a little bit about soils and composting, and then people in the class brought soils to the classroom, and then we actually sent them off to the lab, and the second part of it was coming back together and a more in-depth understanding of that. And so Glenda was also part of Living Labs with her canning workshop. And outside of those activities, one of the main things that I was doing was site visits. And so site visit can range in disciplines, I guess. So we can go from small acreage properties to a homeowner or to like a large subdivision. So basically I'm just going to walk you through some of the different site visits that I went on and kind of some of the highlights of things that I saw or just things that people were calling and asking questions about. So a lot of them were related to landscaping, right? And so people would generally just call our office and we'd set up an appointment, and I would do a lot of one-on-one site visits with people who, land managers or just homeowners. So some of these cases here, we had, this was over near Cemetery Lane, and we had a porcupine infestation here killing these ponderosas, and also some sapsucker you can see on the upper left there that cause a lot of dimpling in the bark. So we have a lot of people that are noticing things in their landscape, but they're just not sure what's going on. And so that's kind of one of the things that Extension is really, the service we're providing is giving people advice on how to control situations such as these, or what happened and why it's happening. So again, so another insect infestation that is killing these junipers here, something that we were monitoring around the Emma area. This was kind of a little bit of an outbreak in the subdivision there, and we found a couple of dead trees, and we were working with several different entities and trying to figure out that. One of the other main things was just trying to figure out the best management practices for turf. So again, homeowners trying to figure out why their turf is not greening up, or for in this instance, why it's so striped. And so we can go through land management practices for their turf, watering and fertilization techniques that really improve not only the landscape, but it's more towards a healthy environment, right? Because some people are way overwatering, some people are underwatering, over-fertilizing. So these things can lead to just bad environmental conditions with runoff or fertilization mismanagement. And another group of people is looking to kind of reestablish their pasture land. So a lot of that has to do with like species identification or health of the pasture, and identifying what species are in the pasture and different management practices. So some of those site visits, like on the right there, would be going into and figuring out what that pasture blend is, and giving techniques on how to manage that. So a lot of that typically starts with species identification and kind of figuring out what they were working with or what their pasture is. And then once we identify that species, we can kind of give them better management plans for that parcel. Another thing that that I've been working on a lot is a lot of fruit tree restoration. There's a lot of old growth apricots and apples in the area, and we've had a lot of calls on best management practices for trees or sick trees and how to get them back into health. There's also pruning questions. The picture on the right here is actually an insect infestation. It kind of looks like just a bunch of dryer lint or something on the tree, but something that we were looking at, and actually sent those samples off to the USDA to do some work on that stuff. There's also a few greenhouses that I've been working with in the area that are trying to grow vegetables, and they're doing a really good job. But this was an insect outbreak that they had, a thrips infestation. So again, it was kind of going out. The grower had really no idea. They're trying to figure out why their cucumbers and peppers were not producing like they thought they should, and helping them address that problem and overcome those issues. And again, back to the landscape management issues, I think this is a really classic example of what I see a lot of in this area is plants planted in the wrong place or planted using the wrong principle. So this tree in the middle, you can see how just distorted and poor the growth is, and this was basically just set right into a big, huge pile of clay. And it was planted way too deep and way overwatered, and the thing was just drowning. So those are the kind of scenarios where we can go out and kind of explain those management practices to people and kind of address those issues and why this happened and how to fix it in the future. As Melissa mentioned, one of the outreach activities that we did was a multi-organizational Pitkin County Conservation Field Day. And for this we brought in CSU Extension, both myself and the regional office, as well as the Garfield County agent, NRCS, Open Space of Pitkin County, and Living Labs people were there as well. So in these pictures here you'll see this is Derek Wiley from the NRCS, and this is a soil pit that we dug. So you can see there at the top, Derek's up to his chest about down into the soil pit. And so we went out and dug a 4-foot soil pit to kind of provide a profile of the soils that they're working with at the Cozy Point open space. And this kind of just is a really nice illustration or actual hands-on technique of what the kind of soil that Cozy Point has and how that affects what they can grow. And it's just a really nice opportunity for people to come out and see and learn about soils and soil health. There on the right, again, continuing at the Conservation Field Day, is Pat McCarty. Pat McCarty has been doing some continued work. He's more of an agronomics extension agent, so some of the larger parcels in Pickens County, Pat is still continuing to work with. He's been working in the Garfield County area for a long time, and prior to me coming here, he's been helping a lot of the large acreage people, and still continues to work in those relationships with the larger scale folks. And here he's just talking about pasture management and pasture techniques of reclamation at Cozy Point, which could use some work. We also teamed up with local nonprofit Aspen Tree, and you might recognize that as Aspen Tree's geodome in the back. So Edin Vardy came in and he talked about the principles and practices that they use at Aspen Tree, and it was just a nice way. So we were combining soils health, pasture management, large-scale ag, and then we did kind of small-scale community or horticulture and specialty crops with Aspen Tree. And so they were talking about their permaculture techniques, growing in the geodome. We also talked about chicken production that they do there too. And then one of the things for me that I've really been trying to do is just building a presence and networking. I think it's been mentioned already that Extension hasn't been around for a long time, and I think that there's a lot of interest and a lot of kind of back to the land desire here in the community. And so trying to affiliate CSU Extension and as a partnership with some of these different people and building a relationship with these people. This is Jimmy Dula. He was giving a presentation at the Hotel Jerome, and he was nice enough to allow me to about 15 minutes of his presentation time to kind of talk about Extension and offer ourselves as a service to the public at that meeting. So again, it's just kind of trying to network and start reestablishing Extension in the Valley. One of the other things, I guess, through CSU, a lot of promotional material and I don't know, organization.
Well, yeah. So the U.S. Pro Challenge, Colorado State University is a sponsor for that, and as extension agents, we are called upon to man the booth. So Jeff did that when it was over here in Pickens County, and he was able to actually make a lot of contacts and talk about some of the issues with either gardening or landscaping. So that was helpful for him as well. The other picture is you can't hardly see it, in Vail a couple of years ago at the Pro Challenge there. So it's just getting, since CSU sponsored it and we're employees of CSU, we're just expected to do some of those things as well. But they are in your community doing things too.
Right, and it was actually a good venue for us to meet people and answer questions about the landscape and things like that. So.
That was our 2014 in review, and this next year we've gotten together and definitely want to keep that momentum going. Continue building a presence out in our community and getting everyone to know that Extension is here. We want to continue collaborating with Living Labs, just help creating that sustainable education center at the landfill, and also continue collaborating between departments on a conservation field day, getting the participation up and getting the word out, as well as continuing our site visits within the county. I think that one-on-one basis, coming out to the citizens' property and really looking at their issues is important and very helpful. And then Jeff will also continue working with Open Space and Trails on the agricultural land leases that are going around.
And we also wanted to get input from the Board of County Commissioners, wondering if you have received any calls or would like to see us going in a direction or anything like that. So we just would like to open up the dialogue to hear what you would have to say.
Can I ask a question first to start? Can someone explain some of the, excuse me, some of the logistical aspects to some of these programs? How do they go about getting a site visit? How do they get involved? Is there cost to any of this? How does the program run? A little bit of background there would be helpful.
Great.
And Jeff, if you can address that,
Yeah,
because
sure.
you're the one responding to those questions. But the service is free. You know, the county pays about $17,000 in an IGA with Eagle to provide the service, and they can call Jeff and receive that service based on his availability. And he is only here 1 day a week right now, but if you can explain a little bit further on how they can get in touch with you.
Yeah.
And actually, if, can I give my backup? So our intergovernmental agreement is between Eagle County and Pickens County. And Extension is a three-way partnership between the federal government, which lands under USDA, and then under that federal agency, it's the National Institute of Food and Agriculture. And then we have our land grant university, which is Colorado State University, and then county government. So those three entities come together. So CSU actually has a memorandum of understanding with Eagle County. And with Pickens County and Eagle County, we already have intergovernmental agreements through our public assistance and our adult and family child services. So a year ago, 2 years ago, when Jeff's position opened up for horticulture, then our two counties started talking about, wouldn't this be a great way to maybe provide a few services over here at Pickens? And so then we came up with this intergovernmental agreement between Pickens County and Eagle County. So that's where that comes in. So you guys signed the IGA about a year ago in January 2014.
And as far as setting stuff up, it depends on what it is. Like the Conservation Field Day, that was a huge effort, like I said, between multiple organizations. And actually, a Western SARE grant that was received by the Front Range, small acreage management specialist, she was able to give us a small grant to be able to put that program on through CSU. That funded all the supplies that we needed for it. Otherwise, a site visit and things like that are typically done through calling my office or sending an email to me, and we set up a time and place. Usually that has been, I've been coming over primarily on Tuesdays, and I'll go wherever anybody wants me.
Then you send stuff off to you talked about sending stuff off to labs and doing that stuff. Is that all part of the program and free for people that want to participate in those things?
So it depends, right, it depends. So like having samples and stuff like that, having me come to your house and doing like a landscape assessment is a free service. Other things do cost money, and it just kind of depends.
Yeah.
Like we can send out insect samples that are like identification samples to our entomologist on the western slope, and that is a free service. To do your soils, we have to send that to the soil lab, and that costs $30. To do like a water sampling test, we can do that as well. That has to go to the water sampling lab. That also costs money. So it kind of just depends on what service you're looking for, but I would say the majority of the services are free.
Thank you. George?
I was really well aware of all the living lab sessions you had at the landfill. I thought they were really well publicized. I didn't have a chance to go to any, but there was it had a great awareness, and I didn't see that awareness as strong in terms of you, Jeff, in terms of having a CSU extension agent available. So I would suggest that somehow we need to amp that up in terms of being able to get word out a little better.
Agreed.
On a weekly basis or whatever. And then my question is, since this is the first year that we've had this, had you here, which is great, based on the past demand from this past year, do we need to look at perhaps going to 2 days a week and having you there and changing our IGA? What's your sense?
Well, so I think both things are things that we've talked about, and I think that we talk a lot about the complementary factor, right? Is because like Jack and the landfill have a really nice, solid, like you're saying, a place where they're hosting all their activities, and mine are all over and kind of moving around. And I think you're right that the word kind of hasn't gotten out maybe as much as the living labs have. We advertised in the paper for a few events, like the Conservation Field Day, and that was pretty well attended. But I think, kind of as I talked about in the beginning, the concept of what the service is and what's provided and things like that, still there's I think on the upward slope on figuring out and what those services are that I can provide. As far as the need, I think that is also one of the limitations of the being 1 day a week. Like, trying to work with Paul is fairly easy through an email basis, but a lot of the Glacier management meetings that I would have liked to be at, but they weren't on times that I could fit into my schedule, working and honoring my Eagle County schedule as well. So there are a lot of challenges to just being a 1 day a work week appointee. I think that over the last couple of months, into the fall, the interest has really peaked, and I think that it's just going to continue to get more and more. So I'm not really sure how to best go about addressing that. But
so I will address a couple of those issues. Just having the presence and getting the name out, it is difficult. One of the things that we do in Eagle County is we are able to utilize our communication department. So that might be something that we might need to talk to John about, is being able to utilize your communication department to get our word out the same way. As far as the need, I think the need is great. However, I'm not willing to give his position up from, and only receive 3 days worth of service in Eagle County, because his need is great over there too. So although I'm very happy that you're asking that, that's something that we do need to probably look at maybe further in the future.
You said you've got Eagle for 3 days.
4 days.
Oh,
yeah.
4 days, you said.
It's at 80-20.
Yeah, one last question is, so this was a year contract. We're going into the winter now. What sort of things do you work on during the winter?
yeah, that's probably my most asked question just in general. And I think, ironically enough, it's probably one of my more busy times, because this is a time like where stuff like the field days and we'll start planning pretty much the whole summer. Once the summer starts, it's really difficult to add something in to the end. So these initiatives that we're talking about here and kind of trying to get some feedback on are the things that we'll start building on now and go into the summer. Hope those will be in place and make everything a lot easier. So a lot of it's based on planning. That said, last week I did 2 site visits, so it just kind of depends on where people are at and where they can fit me in, because a lot of the growers are the same way, or ranchers, they don't have time in the summer. So sometimes, last week, like I said, I was up at a site visit looking at just getting a description of what the person did and kind of how to start in the spring, because they wanted to really be ahead of things when the spring started, rather than calling me in the fall again and trying to figure it out late in the season.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you for the update and for your work throughout the whole summer. I guess I have some questions that are, just prickly questions in a certain way, but at what level is this competing with local arborists or hiring a professional to come in? Is it something that you may look at initially and say, well, you've got to hire so-and-so if you want to do these tree treatments for this illness? Mm-hmm. And do you work within the municipal areas, so it's anywhere within Pickens County, or, should we be asking for partnerships with the municipalities to help contribute to this effort? If, I have no idea how the breakdown went, how much is in municipals or how much is not. Mm-hmm. And then the final question, and we may or may not have time for all this today, but I really am just not sure what you mean by creating a sustainable education center. Does that start to become retrofitting a building? Is it a whole new room? And my immediate thought is, well, why aren't we partnering with CMC? Because they have a fabulous campus facility. They have classrooms available when people are able to schedule classes, and so I find the initiatives and the work done very valuable. I also just don't have the cost benefit per se of saying, well, how much landfill personnel time or public service, public works time through Melissa is now going to these projects, so that we see this $15,000, $17,000 cost. That sounds easy enough. What are the additional costs that we're doing to augment the program and make sure it's successful, just so that we can, evaluate it on a 360-degree basis.
And I can jump in to kind of clarify the sustainability side. And I should have up front done that. We're really more focusing on the soils and the compost we sell, because we do have a rather large composting program. We have a soils program, and we sell those materials. And so really the focus of around the Living Lab workshops is to bring it back to kind of what we do at the landfill to reduce airspace taken up in our landfill. So that's really what the Living Lab workshops revolve around: the composting, recycling, how to use our products. On the cost basis, very minimal. Volunteers, the speakers that came in were mostly volunteers. The costs were really involved in the advertising. We put a notice in the papers. We did reimburse some instructors. I believe it was $1,200, and that came out of our education and outreach budget.
Okay, and then what about the space? I mean, because it did look a little inadequate if you start getting more attendance. And have you thought about partnering with folks in locations off-site of the landfill, or does that just not make sense because of the compost products there?
Actually, CMC is sort of starting to talk to us. They want to, as we mentioned last week, they want to do a capstone course with us. So I see us building a relationship with CMC in their local classrooms. So. And then if the weather is nicer, we can do it outside. The mushroom one, we moved up to the MRF building to accommodate the 50 people that showed up. So we're flexible, but we would like to make an outside education center on nice weather that people can be outside and not crammed into a crew room.
Jack? The Sustainable Education Center is in no way a new building. It's an outdoor classroom where we're building things using materials diverted from the landfill to demonstrate what it is that we do at the landfill. There are composting demonstrations and xeriscape gardens and how people can practically grow vegetables in the compost and potting soils that we sell. There's no, that we won't be coming to get any kind of approval for any kind of building.
Okay.
I promise.
Thank you.
Steve?
Sorry. Did you have a...
No, I was just going to answer her other questions about
competition
with service. So I think one of the things to remember is, well, one, I was showed a picture of some of the dying trees, and that was, I think, a really good example of kind of what extension also offers, and there's two different things. So one would be collaborative efforts, right? And so on that dying tree problem, really nobody had any idea what it was. Those pictures I showed with that was excavated underneath the bark, and until we peeled away the bark, nobody really knew what it was. And so we had local tree companies there with us. We had the Colorado State Forest Service and the town of Basalt horticulturist there at the time. And it was more of like an understanding and kind of like an educational effort altogether. So everybody was on the same page and working together. And I think another way that we're using and not really compromising service or revenue for different companies is that we don't really provide any services, right? So as far as labor services,
Sure.
right? So I can go to your house and give you lots of different advice, and we can give you lots of different background and feedback on your practices. And I would say the majority of the people, once that they hear the amount of effort that some of the programs will take, are going to be calling some of these services for tree removal, for landscape maintenance, different things like that. And other people, they already are land managers, that's their job, and they're calling us for advice on how to manage land better. So it's not directly necessarily competition with them, it's more educational services and helping them get to a point to where they are providing a better service.
Thank you.
Steve?
We've really come full circle in Pickens County. 50 years ago when I was in 4-H, we used to have a county fair here in the county. We had a full-time extension agent, a very active 4-H group for both urban type activities and farm and ranch type activities. A lot of the kids in the school were farm and ranch kids, both in Aspen and Basalt schools. So we're in a different environment now, but there is really a resurgence in, especially in small scale agricultural things, small property things. So I think it's really appropriate that we do have a presence of the CSU extension here again, and I'm really glad that we were able to work this out.
I completely agree, and some of the work that is starting with Paul, and then we'll really hit it after this lease program starts. Is there are a lot of people looking for small parcels or even mid-sized parcels. I had a call this week just asking for if I knew anybody looking to lease land for like 40 to 60 acres, and I think there are a lot of people, and we'll see once the lease program goes through to see at Glacier Properties to see what that interest really is. But yes, there are a lot of people interested. I think that interest comes with a lot of potential and a lot of people that are looking for services like Living Labs or that CSU Extension has typically offered in the past. And so bridging that gap, I think there is a huge amount of demand, and I don't see it taking very long to.
Also, I'm going to toss out an idea for a way to get more presence in the Roaring Fork Valley would be if you were at the Eagle County building in Elgeville one day a week doing activities for Eagle County residents in the Roaring Fork Valley.
Yeah,
would be a possibility for just having you in the valley 2 days a week, still just one day in Pickens County, but and I don't know. I suppose you probably track where the people come from for the activities, and you probably have some Eagle County people coming to the things. But if you were in Elgeville one day a week, or visiting Eagle County properties one day a week, that would be just an extra stimulus and an extra opportunity for Pickens County residents too.
So I think that's kind of is touching on what Rachel's second question was. There was that, what did the town's roles play in this? And the Roaring Fork Valley is such a, for me, I'm new to this area and I'm new to Extension, and figuring out the geographical boundaries is really difficult for me because they just weave all in and out. So typically, what I've understood with Extension is you go where you're called and try to help where you can. And that can be a difficult undertaking when money starts coming into the picture. So that's something that I think would be wise to investigate or to explore. So, but it's kind of outside my scope of work.
Michael?
Yeah, I really applaud you for an innovative approach to it. I think most people forget that you can produce food in a barrel, essentially. And most people live in a situation where 2 barrels might take up too much space in there, but 1 barrel is fine. So I really applaud it. And let me add that the Woody Creek Community Center is a resource available. It has a full kitchen, and it has meeting space, and it has an active community that wants to learn about how to get that barrel productive. So, and how to cook what they get out of that barrel. So I applaud what you're doing.
Do you have a contact for that Woody Creek Community Center?
Just walk in.
Emily Taylor, and the number's, what is the number? 922-2342.
We're just about out of time for this agenda item. Any other final comments?
I would just add that I guess the 2 next steps I would see is we've got to renew intergovernmental agreement, and that will be in January with Eagle County. And hopefully we can come to the board before the budget process for 2016 and talk about these programs, and if we want to provide more funding to increase the presence of Extension within Pickens County, we'll do that then.
Rachel?
I failed to mention the other thing that you guys touched on briefly was that kind of financial planning and helping families get their feet on the ground. I think that really is a very helpful service. I've heard of it being very valuable in other counties. But it seems that that could be something that really could network well with perhaps the APCHA Housing Authority when they do their homeowner buyers, how to qualify eventually and things like that. And perhaps even working with Nan at Health and Human Services as families try to reach for sufficiency, to kind of network those two together. Because on the one hand, we have efforts at job training and retraining and how to use the benefits that are available, again, getting back on your feet a little bit. And then this seems like a component that really could fit right into advancing that. So thank you.
Yeah, and we have worked with Mitzi. I have worked with Mitzi.
One last thing. So I know we're developing a new website for the county. So right now, if someone wants to get hold of you, Jeff, how would they find you? Are you on our website now, or is it you're probably hard to find like everything else on our website? But
there's a link on the land management website that goes to CSU Extension and goes to their website and talks about Jeff being as a presence in Pitkin County. But I think with the new look of the new website, we're going to jazz it up and they'll have to work a splash to it.
Good.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so you can work within municipal boundaries as well. You're not just unincorporated county.
We didn't want to.
Okay, well, I'm calling Hunter Creek and have them call. All our dying trees, and they've never been able to figure it out.
I just actually brought you a little bag of goodies from CSU. So this is more pertains to my area of family and consumer science. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Put it right in the Christmas tree.
Yeah, they're good. They're great stocking stuffers.
Great, thank you so much.
Linda, thank you so much.
Did you hear Rhonda's leaving us?
No.
Yeah, in February.
All right, we're going to step right into community development fees.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be calling you. I need help.
Perfect, please do.
Thanks.
Potatoes for good to see you.
I grew some potatoes in Paul's garden this summer.
How did it work out?
I got a potato. It was amazing. I just had some spuds with eyes growing, and I thought, what's this?
Just wanted to hand out this morning, we received comments on this from the Pitkin County Republicans.
Okay.
Frida is here, and I know has asked, I believe, talked to Rob about an opportunity to make some comments pursuant to this memo.
Take it away,
All
Cindy.
right, great. I'm Cindy Hugan. I'm the Community Development Director for Pitkin County. And several weeks ago, we came to the board to request that you consider updating some of our fees associated with the community development functions. But you asked us to return with more information and a broader context explaining how the community development fees work. So we hope today to provide you with a better understanding of that context and our fee structure in general. And you requested, and also we were going to request specifically that you consider increases only to the planning and zoning fees today, and we are backing away from some of the earlier requests that we had on the building fees in order to bring that back in a larger picture. So in order to kind of set the stage, a broad look at community development takes us back to why Pitkin County provides the service of community development to even begin with, and why fees are charged. Hopefully, community development provides the services that result in reaching the goals of the strategic plan for Pitkin County. And if you look at those goals, one of the major portions is to create a flourishing natural and built environment. And a core focus or a core success factor of that is to provide a well-planned, livable, and built environment. And many communities, we're not unlike most communities that charge a fee for these based on the philosophy that a well-planned and safe community are critical components for a community, and critical components for a prosperous economy. And furthermore, that most of the services should be paid for much like a user fee versus paid for by the total cost being borne by the general fund or by taxes or some other form of income that the county might have. But to dissect that a little bit more, past boards as well as the current Board of County Commissioners have agreed that the entire community development fee should not be borne by the user, but in fact long-range planning is something that the general public benefits from, and therefore you have made consideration that that cost for long-range planning should not be included in the fee charges that we have in community development. So if you take a look at the fact that we do the long-range planning, and the functions of community development are behind Lance's head over there, that we have long-range planning functions that include our master planning and code review, code revisions, as well as current code review in light of changed circumstances, and also consistency with our regional approaches. Oftentimes our long-range planning, we take a look at what's going on with the federal government, state government, or other municipalities or jurisdictions nearby, just to add to our overall consistency. Planning and zoning is much more of an administrative task, if you will, that administers our land use code, which hopefully comes directly from our direction and our vision out of our long-range planning. And that then looks at compliance with how are we doing with our zoning, how are we complying, and then down to the next step of a very specific request for a building permit. And that building permit is reviewed under the codes that we adopt, you adopt, the International Building Code in our case, which gets updated from time to time. So that's kind of, and then we also have environmental health, which helps us with our public health, helps us with our on-site wastewater treatment systems as a very individualized approach, as well as our food protection, our food inspection on our restaurants, our schools, and our daycare centers. So it's kind of a big picture of how development and the built environment works in our community. So in the past, the board has chosen, with the philosophy of having a well-planned community and a safe community, that that we do in fact charge for most of the services provided, excluding our long-range planning. And then, as you know, we're not talking about environmental health fees today, and you just looked at those, but most of those are set by the state in terms of our fees that we can charge with environmental health. The rest of the fees, I'll just back up and say that is totally up to the philosophy of the board, how that is implemented, and what community development is working off of today is merely what has been our practice over the last at least 30 years that I know of. And before that, building permit fees were enacted in the 50s, and I can't really tell you exactly when planning fees came online, but somewhere shortly after that. So with that in mind, with that background, if you will, in mind, today we'd like to talk about kind of giving you that broader approach and where we've been today. And John, do I do this?
You'll have to hit N on that because
Enter?
Hit N.
In?
Next. Next. So that should be next. There's probably another way to do it. That's how I know how to do it.
There we go. I just do enter. So where we've been so far is that our community development fees have not been raised since 2009. We talked about that before. And prior to 2009, planning and zoning fees were adjusted annually equal to the percentage-based budgeted for. Mainly, it was probably more of a payroll increase type of percentage when we look at our insurance and our labor, and those costs were traditionally about a 4% increase over the years. When we hit the downfall, we had discussed with the board at the time, you know, whether or not to raise the fees, but it was pretty consistent that we wanted to hold off on raising fees because of the downturn and that people were, you know, struggling in general, and we weren't going to raise the fees during those times. The way we function is that some building inspection fees weren't even addressed, haven't even been addressed since the 90s. And the process for evaluating the values or the valuation of building permits we did look at recently, and those have been adjusted recently and significantly changed the way we look at our budget for 2014. So just to give you some background, I know that Frida had noted that in her public comment that during the downturn that we really didn't have a real significant downturn in terms of our fees, but those are actually the numbers that came from finance. So we did have quite a significant deficit during those years and didn't start actually, you know, producing funds until 2013 back to cover our costs. I also wanted to mention that not only did we have a deficit during those downturn years, but that was a time when in fact we had reduced our staffing levels. So the labor was actually reduced at that point as well. I don't know if you recall, but we reduced our staffing by a front desk person, by a planner, by a building inspector, and
Environmental health.
And environmental health. There were 3 people that we did not actually fill those positions from our environmental health and natural resources. And we also, our planning engineer left, and we did not replace that until this year. So we actually went down in our labor costs, but unfortunately still had quite a deficit in terms of covering our costs during those hard years. Actually between 2008 and 2012. So just to clarify that a little bit, we did start having a little bit more of a profit, if you will, in 2013, 2014, and we predict in 2015 on the books budgeted that we'll have around $260,000 increase. I'd also like to mention, though, as part of that those fees are somewhat skewed because of our valuation change, and we had a number of large ticket items come in, if you will, by the adjustment of some pre-existing permits that were out there when we did our valuation. So that made the 2013 and 2014 fees look like we were making more money than we actually were in terms of the fees. As well as I would argue today that some of our fees are increasing, or our costs are increasing as we move along, and we can talk about that a little bit more. But the total deficit, if you will, over that last 7 years was actually in the $2 million range. But when you average that out, interestingly enough, it is about the $377,000, which is what the Board of County Commissioners has pretty much said would be reduced anyway because of the general fund for long-range planning. So if you flip to the next page, thank you
Can I
very
ask real quickly while you're on that, do you have any idea where the numbers are in 2007, 2008, 2006?
We do, and
Get those, yeah.
and we do have
$500,000
those.
deficit. The reasons that you went there is that's when we took on environmental health as part of the overall. But prior to that, we were actually running in a deficit.
I mean, it just seems to me like that's through the greatest recession the U.S. has seen since the 20s, you know?
We were at a deficit at about, what, 500,000, 2008 and 7. I don't know about 6.
6 was a big year. I'm not sure about 6. I'd have to look at the data.
So if there aren't any other questions, we'll move along to the next slide, which hopefully can show you kind of in a linear fashion, if you will, the process of planning and building inspection and environmental health all together and how this works for us. Long-range planning, as we mentioned before, kind of sets the stage, is more of a general fund type of a program that benefits hopefully the entire community. And by having good planning, you often increase the values of your community, and you have a safe community, a community that embodies all the values hopefully we have in our strategic plan of a well-built, livable and safe environment. Planning and zoning operates at more of a deficit. It brings in less revenues. Our fees don't cover the cost of that program. And so we're charging less up front for the planning and zoning, and as you move along through the process, when someone actually does turn dirt, if you will, that's when more of the fees come into play. And that's where building, historically, if there ever was a surplus, has helped to cover the other programs of community development, because it's all seen as a continuum of development in the community. So this just shows you the structure of that based on our 2015 budget. So these are projections at this point, but we thought we would move forward with that so you could see what the reality is.
Yeah, Steve.
Cindy, I was trying to find in our budget book where you got these figures from, and some of them are close and others are not so close.
Connie.
I was wondering,
Yeah.
did Connie come up with these
She
figures?
did, and you will find some discrepancies with what's in your budget book, and the reason for that is Cindy, her time is included all in planning, and so what Connie did was based on is either percent of budget or employees is one of the two, and I can look it up. Spread Cindy's time out over all the programs, and so that's why you'll see some discrepancies there.
So in reference to that, you're saying the budget actually shows more of a deficit in planning because Cindy's time is allocated to planning within the budget process.
We thought for this discussion, it made more sense to spread Cindy out amongst all the programs that she's responsible for. So we should reflect that in the budget going forward too.
And everybody else's time is allocated individually by project? Lance's time or your time right now, because we're talking about planning, or I don't know how.
No, it's not. We're not doing
track of it that way.
We're not doing a timekeeping. The way this is allocated is, so Ellen Sassano is 100%, for example, in long-range planning, and then
I'm 100% planning and zoning.
Planning and zoning. Yeah.
Although you do have things to do with building.
Hardly, but
okay.
Just
our feeling was the cost benefit of doing a detailed time tracking.
No, I understand. Yeah, it becomes challenging, and I think part of the conversation here is that, like you said, planning and zoning leads to building, and there are things that should be offsetting each other, just like composting offsets recycling. They're somewhat connected in some ways.
the concept is to provide a complete service that gets to the county values that are hopefully expressed in the comprehensive plan that we have for land use, as well as the strategic plan for the Board of County Commissioners. You're the ones who direct the overall scheme, and if you believe that we are, the test is, are we providing a service that is enacting and implementing those values? And what we hope is by looking at community development as a whole. In the old days, it was split up. We had we had planning, and then we had a building department, and then we had environmental health, and things didn't quite talk to each other as well as they do today, as far as all of the approaches. And I think that we hopefully today we can address your concerns from from all of the larger environmental perspectives to the built perspective to how much we're charging someone for a service. And so hopefully it's all a better package for the community, and I believe it's more understandable. And we used to say that we're the point of the arrow in community development, but we want to know what we are actually doing, and by having these different departments work together, I think we do a lot better job.
Can you explain what you mean by that this is supposed to reflect our values? I mean, what are our values?
Well, well, the values that we are directed by come from the strategic plan, and one of the things that we definitely work under are your one value of having a flourishing and natural built environment. So how do we have that? What gives us that in terms of a community? And what gives us that is a safe community, hopefully, with our implementation of building codes, and an environment, a community that's responsive to our natural environment, which is, if you will, the bread and butter of a tourist community, and the flourishing natural environment, as well as the standards that we uphold with our, if you will, our setbacks from streams for contamination of water, our environmental setbacks for wells to a septic system. All of those things are regulations that help us live a more healthy life in our community, and hopefully we're doing a job that reflects what the board's goals and values are.
And so, Rob, if I could add on to that, I think how that's reflected in the fees is that the requirements that community development is overseeing for this community and at this board's direction are, frankly, they're more rigorous in most cases than a lot of communities, and so that takes more both staff time and effort. And so when you look at comparisons to other communities that may have different values around development and such, you may see less rigorous requirements and less staff time required and such for oversight. We happen to be a community that has pretty rigorous requirements, whether it be for environmental protection, viewshed protection, you can go down the list of those values. And so, what you'll likely see, and of course we haven't provided any of those comparisons for you today, but I think if you were to compare to some other communities, you might find that cost structure is a little bit higher. And then if we are being asked to cover that service with fees, with the exception of maybe the long-range planning over a period of time, that's going to directly affect those fee structures going forward. The other thing, just coming down to a little bit narrower point in terms of the direction that we think that the board has given us in our compliance there is when you look at particularly this top row, it is a continuum from kind of the beginning through, as Cindy said, turning dirt, and each phase produces, at the beginning you're producing no revenue with long-range planning, so that's 100% subsidized at some level. Then you go into planning, and planning is producing about half the revenues of zoning. But, you know, that is a step you go through. You go through the planning process, then you move to zoning is really the next step in actually turning dirt. And that's part of the reason you'll see in the proposal, that's where we've actually added more resources recently, because that's where we've had more demand as development has picked back up, and why those fees are proposed to increase more. And then you get to building inspection, or building, and that's really where you're issuing permits for development and overseeing development. And right now, those fees are covering the cost of that activity as well as the cost of most of the planning and zoning. You know, it depends what time frame you take. Because these are all very elastic, right? Activity is going to increase and decrease on an annual basis. You have to choose, and that's one of the points you're trying to make. You've got to choose some broad time frame that you're looking at, and we can extend that back to 2007 or what have you, but we're going to see up and down trends. So we've got, what we're really looking for is what's the trend line with that activity that would, you know, cover everything except that long-range planning, and we're almost there, but not quite. Does that make? Yeah. And then environmental health and supervisor kind of outside that process, although they're involved, yeah, for, you know, whether it be septic or what have you.
Our next slide basically shows you the difference that the fees would look like in our budgeted 2015 budget if, in fact, we implemented the planning and zoning fees that are proposed in your red line copy of the ordinance that's attached to your packet. Basically, two things. The planning fee is $3.12 right now, and we're proposing $3.25 an hour, which is about a 4% increase, but that's a total of 4% increase over the last 6 years. And then we're also proposing a zoning fee change, which is a sliding scale, and it increases on an average of 30%, which sounds high, but overall still would only be covering about 47% of the cost of doing that work. Just to put that in context. It still doesn't even come close to actually covering the cost of doing the compliance work. And if you want to know a little bit about what zoning does, when an application comes in for a building permit, the zoning officials, of which we have two, are responsible for laying out the plans, reviewing those plans, making sure that they comply with, and this is how we tie it all back together, comply with the land use approvals, comply with height, setbacks, many of the dimensional standards that are required, if you will, more under a zoning scenario than a building permit, than a building code scenario. They also go out in the field and look for compliance at different stages of the game when you're looking at actually having a project on the ground. So if in fact there was a requirement for a wildfire mitigation or a requirement for construction management type of fencing or anything like that, the zoning officers are in charge of looking at every one of those permits. So two people look at all of the permits that we have come through the office as far as compliance with planning side of the world, and then, if you will, the more dimensional types of zoning standards, and then work through the review once it comes in the building permit plan. So that's the work that takes place there, and what we're requesting is a large increase to that 30%, if you will, average. But we figure that the revenues brought in by that are about $133,000 if we're basing it on what we're estimating for the 2015 budget. The, let's see, I guess we should move on to the next fee. The planning fee, I think I jumped ahead a little bit, but the planning fees going from the 312 to the 325, we estimate bringing in about another $9,000 for 2015. These are all relatively small increases and adjustments, if you will, in the overall budget, but we feel that it's important to try to bring these up to a better standard, in fact, so that when we do look at the broader picture with building, that building cost is really reflecting a more fair balance, if you will, because we're not, once again, just covering it by building, covering all the planning fees by building in that regard. So getting back to other things to consider, the building permit fee collections that we take in aren't just for that year. Those stretch out sometimes. I saw one building permit that took 8 years to complete. So those fees stretch out in terms of our inspections over many, many years. The average that we're looking at is just right under 3 years to complete some of the homes here. So we have quite an extension of the fees that walk in the door to cover our costs and to cover our labor costs. If in fact we had another dip, we're still responsible to go out and make those inspections. So what we're trying to do, as John said, is we're looking at the trends and we're trying to look at covering our costs.
Does that lag in time follow the curve of building, meaning you're collecting fees even if there's a dip in new projects because projects are finishing up?
Just on the projects that come in, just those projects. If I got a project today in 2014, it may take till 2018, 2019 to complete that project.
And that's when you're collecting some of the fees.
No, you're collecting them up front.
So they're already collected. So, gotcha.
Yeah. So it's kind of stagnant with the 2014.
So when a recession comes, it hits faster from a cash flow point of view than.
You could see that. You could say it that way.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But we still have to get out there and do the inspections and do the work. Even though, like in this last downturn, we had fewer people to do that.
Gotcha.
So as that just speaks to the second bullet, that the board will have more flexibility to establish a progressive building permit fee structure if planning and zoning fees cover a little bit more of the costs, and then it kind of adjusts for that up and down, boom and bust type of cycle that we sometimes see.
Is there an anticipation that our new review of projects cost at the finish will balance that out a little bit? Because generally most of the people I know, they lowball their building cost and then they get reviewed. We've seen that. And so now you may be getting 80% of it up front, but 20% of it's going to come at CO because you're evaluating their project costs.
Perhaps, I'll let Brian speak to that, but we're trying to do a better job up front with that valuation.
Yeah, we have seen that most people are adjusting a little better at the front end, so I'm worried that may plateau a little bit, that we won't be able to count on
It's
that.
not going to be as much as it was when we made the change initially.
Right. Initial change
but
was drastic.
it does balance that curve effect of revenue versus actual projects, or cash flow versus actual projects.
Yes. And that's why we hope to change the trend and adjust our staff according to workload and not on revenue, so that we can work through those ebbs and flows in revenue.
So, John, did you have anything you wanted to add to the conversation? I think that's pretty much all.
Yeah, I think really, at this point, one, we wanted to follow up. I think the last discussion, following up on that, we wanted to bring some more background information for the board's consideration. This is an opportunity for the board to provide direction as to how you'd like staff to proceed. You know, staff has recommended making some incremental adjustments to the planning and zoning fee structure prior to us doing a fuller review on the building permit fees as we get more experience with the valuation changes. We know that the board has had some interest in creating a more progressive fee structure if possible there, and that's something that we want to definitely look at. Our feeling was that having not made adjustments since 2009 and starting to see costs and service demands go up, we didn't want to let our other fees slip too far behind, so that the board was faced with a situation where you may have to make a larger increment in the future. But I think right now our suggestion is to make those incremental changes. We're interested in feedback as far as, I don't know that the board's really seen before where we're subsidizing and not in terms of this process. Have we struck the right balance? That would probably be a threshold question. Is there any direction regarding our proposal on fees? And the alternative, of course, is to roll everything into a big picture discussion later on. So, and then I did distribute, like I said, Frida and the Republican Party had an opportunity to view this information and had some comments on it too.
One comment up front, and we'll start the dialogue, and I will open up to a little public comment as well. It seems to me like a good way to handle this would be to look at something over a number of years and to see where things go. And I'll start by saying nobody's going to be able to predict the next housing bubble or the next, tragic accident that may happen that turns our economy in a different direction. I like the argument of fee-based services in its general sense, but in that case, if you really took that argument down the road, we'd be lowering building fees quite a bit because we're generating a lot there. And the fact that one coincides with the other, I think it's a guideline, but it's not a hard and fast rule at all, in my opinion. And the way I look at it is, whether you take where we are now at 2015 at $260,000 surplus, which is including long-range planning. So if you took a chunk of long-range planning out, say half of long-range planning, we're still at a surplus of $400,000. If you look at the new proposal where it's a surplus of $400,000, which includes long-range planning, if you took out half of long-range planning, we're going to be at $550,000 or $560,000. In terms of where, again, we can't predict the next downfall in the economy. It could happen tomorrow. 2008 was actually, interesting, well, those numbers are gone, but 2008, interestingly enough, was one of the best economic years we've had. Well, until October, but the year was pretty much over at that point, and so there is a little leeway time to make adjustments, and not a lot, but there is when things like that happen. My type of proposal would be, we haven't raised fees in a while, we need to balance things off. My proposal would be to maybe take this 4% and the other percentage and look at it over like a 4-year basis and do a little bit next year, see where our budget ends up, a little bit the year after that, review it, a little bit the year after that, and review it. I would like to couple it with, as John said, some progressive views of the building inspection fees. There are a lot of people out there, employee housing and all sorts of situations that want to do a bathroom remodel, and they're just daunted by the talks of what the fees are and that sort of stuff. And I'm not a builder, so I haven't gone through a lot of that. I've done it on the city side a little bit, with remodels at my business. But those fees keep people from doing projects, and that hurts our economy, it hurts our standard of life, our quality of life, and it's not necessarily adding more building structure to our community in a lot of the senses. But those are my 2 senses. I don't know if any other commissioners want to weigh in general, and I'll certainly let Frida have a little time to explain her memo. Rachel?
Yeah, and I read the newspaper reviews of your prior meeting on this, and I'm glad we're having a chance to look at this again. I may be looking at the wrong things here, or more simplifying it than necessary, but part of it looked like the hourly fee going from $3.12 an hour to $3.25, and I could see doing something where that's ramped up over a period, say, of 3 years, and you bring it, or 4 years, and you bring it up $6 a year for the next 4 years, and at the end of the 4 years, you'll have made up for the past deficits as well as that last 4th year's worth of inflation, to go forward. But it does seem like a little bit of a large leap all at once. So I could kind of see a phasing or ramping towards that. And then as I think others commented at the previous meeting, to make sure that, it's a little bit more of an annual increase. I can't imagine any agency, whether it's RAFTA or whatever, where you just put it off for so long. And I know sometimes you can't split a quarter in half, and you'd want to be a 12-cent, increase. It doesn't work out very well. But I want to make sure we're not caught in a situation where, as you said, kind of we can adjust as the market does. But if the market is going down, that's absolutely when you're not going to adjust fees up. And, so
I would say the same the other way. If the market is going up, you're not, you're not going to adjust down.
Right. I agree with that. I agree with that.
So,
but and at least looking in this snapshot of over from 2009 to now, it appears that there's been significant general fund subsidy of these activities that we're not making up with 1 year's worth of positive revenue, or even the next 2 or 3 years of positive revenue. And it's kind of like saying, oh, we've solved the deficit problem, but maybe we've actually solved the annual budget problem, but not the deficit. And that deficit is things that effectively come out of whether you're going to do more road and bridge work in some of those neighborhoods, or frequently in maintenance of other things that help maintain property values in the areas. So I can't look at this as being independent of the rest of our budget and the rest of our general fund. I am concerned about some things that I saw in there, such as the reinspection fee came close to doubling as a recommendation. And to see something that far out, from 175 to 325, whoa, that just didn't seem to make sense to me. And I know we've talked about at the board trying to accommodate some of this concern for smaller residents and redevelopment and smaller projects. So I was kind of surprised to see the thresholds lowered from 500 square feet to 200 square feet for certain fees, and so that anything above that 200 square feet would start to pay more. And I thought we had been kind of pushing the direction of, let's get it easier to permit, to do smaller bathroom remodels, to do this sort of garage addition or rebuild your garage when there was a smaller threshold of square footage. And so that seemed to me to be a little bit opposite of where we wanted to go by lowering that threshold from 500 square feet to 200, and to consider it minor. And then, the last, I did just briefly look over Frida's letter about affordability and home price, and I can take into account that our fees are part of that, but at the same time, it's always what the market will bear, too, whether someone is selling or investing as a spec home. And a 1,500 square foot home was considered, the top of category 4 when this county built the Twin Ridge project, and that was very livable for a three bedroom, single family home. So I could see trying to, work to the idea of what does it help to keep us in the middle class for homes that are below, say, 2,500 square feet or 3,000 or something. But I don't consider a 5,000 square foot home as being, quote, a middle class home. And I think that what we see between the land cost here and the building costs, I mean, we could very easily as a county say, okay, great, we're going to shave $2,000 off someone's permitting fees and their zoning fees and their planning fees, and then they decide to finish the interior and, all porcelain and granite and gold-plated ceilings, and, what did you really save? It's kind of like dropping affordable housing fees off of a lodge in downtown Aspen, and then, the seller of the property sells the property for more because whoever's developing it doesn't have to pay the affordable housing fees, and the public benefit just disappears. It doesn't really necessarily in any way, shape, or form translate into what someone later will be able to purchase a home for. If we were able to make that nexus and to make that connection, I'd be willing to take a look at it. But, these are, talking about free market homes with free market appreciation and at home sizes up to 5,000 square feet, I don't know that it's, helping sustain the middle class in our community. And I just have a hard time with that element of the argument. And I certainly don't want to end up shortchanging the public services that we provide through the rest of our general fund.
Steve?
Some general observations on this. The people doing planning and zoning or building project basically are subsidizing the long-range planning process. The long-range planning process helps everybody in the county. This is where we're looking at oil shale development and oil and gas drilling proposals and BLM and Forest Service management plans and those sorts of things that affect everybody in the whole county. And the way this is structured is the people doing construction are subsidizing the community development department for doing that long-range planning. It's nice we have a way to pay for it, but I'm not sure that that's where we should be getting the money for it. Somehow, maybe it should come from the general fund to pay for long-range planning. So that really skews the whole budget thing. If you take the long-range planning thing out, then, and you pointed that out, Rob, in your math that you did, that it's even more of a surplus that we're generating from the fees. And I don't know that that's fair. And I'm intrigued by Frida's analysis of comparing the bigger, more expensive homes versus the more middle-class type construction projects. And I'm wondering if when somebody is reviewing the building permit plan and when the building inspector goes out to look at a project, if you have a great big project like let's spend our $64,000 thing, it must have taken the department a whole lot more time to analyze that per square foot than a 2,000 square foot project that some family was trying to do. And I'm wondering if you have any kind of a feeling for like how much time does it take for a big project? Is it more time proportionally just because it's a more complicated project and there's a lot more elements in it to inspect and look at?
I would agree.
For building, I think, for zoning.
For planning and zoning, it can really vary. For planning, if we're doing a site plan review, frankly, it doesn't make much difference whether it's 3,000 square feet or 13,000 square feet. We look at exactly the same elements. Mm-hmm. For zoning, as a general rule, the review of a building plan for zoning of a larger, more complicated house is going to take more hours. But also that can vary because it depends if you're working with someone who's building a 2,500 square foot house and doing it his or herself. The time involved in working with that person can be a lot longer than a 15,000 square foot house done by an architect that works with us 4 times a year because they just know how to provide the information in a way that's clear. So it's not always just absolutely based on size.
We have P and Z coming in at 5?
No.
Not tonight.
Michael?
So Rachel mentioned the change in square footage, and I think she was referring to
Page 6 maybe it was.
page 6.
Well, it's page 6. It's B,
So-
zoning review
so
fees.
Let's just go over that. What was the rationale and what happens here?
Well, the rationale was that, in fact, we had been undercharging so greatly for that time, if you will. Even with these changes, we're looking at not even 50% of the true cost of that review being borne by the fees. So we were looking at trying to adjust that. So in fact, we would have, more of the accurate fees being charged in the planning and zoning world for that time spent. You're correct. It's not the direction that we were given in what I considered the building permit fee schedule, which was the larger valuation schedule of when you come in with a home of a certain size, being more progressive, if you will, charging more as the home got bigger for the more complicated reviews. So we didn't take that same philosophy with the zoning because we were so far behind. We were charging 14 cents an hour versus square foot versus the 35 cents that I think we start with, or maybe 40 that we start with today. So it's just a balancing act of trying to balance out those fees. I can see that you might ask us to go back and do that with the zoning fees as well as the building fees that we'll be coming back to you with. And if that's the case, fine, we're happy to do that. It's just a matter of shifting that percentage of cost, if in fact your overall philosophy is in keeping with what we're showing today. If you say, maybe we can subsidize more from the general fund, then it's a different matter. So we're just asking for direction.
And Michael, the other thing I think that played into that rationale when we talked is exactly what Lance was saying, is that there's not a great distinction in the amount of time based on the size. Where that really happens is in building inspection, and that's roughly 4 times the revenue. So to become more progressive there, where it actually is probably even more related to workload, is going to ultimately have a bigger impact on the fees for those smaller houses.
But that's where the truing up the valuation has really made a difference, because on those large trophy homes that are really expensive to build and the valuation goes drastically up, in our sliding scale, the way we do our table, they're going to automatically have higher fees, where someone who's coming to build a modest home with a modest job cost, they're going to come into that scale, that sliding scale at a lower range, and get a proportionally better permit fee out of our table already. So that is self-fulfilling right now, just in the correcting and adjusting those valuations.
But you're correct, that same philosophy did not apply
in the
zoning review.
Although, I mean, if you look at 200 square feet, that's a big bathroom, right? 200 square feet is 10 by 20, right? Mm-hmm. That's a big bathroom.
Be nice one.
Yeah.
Be really nice.
You could have 2 sinks in it. And that's a flat fee of $175. I don't see that is, I don't see that puts that small project out of anybody's reach. So I'm not getting quite where the building fees have put the possibility of having a home out of reach for some people. I don't know where that is. In fact, what I see is the more regulation you have, and particularly in planning and zoning, the more likely you are to have more building, which explains why there's a $2 billion valuation in Pickens County, which is almost equal to, or maybe exceeds a little bit, Garfield County, which is 3 times the size of Pickens County. What's happening here? I see that this careful planning, careful zoning, has actually led to more building, not less building.
Or more evaluation.
And a higher valuation, totally. In fact, I think it's got to be the highest valuation per capita in Colorado, period.
Well, I think our protection of the built-in natural environment adds to that value,
Well, that's
and
what I'm
it's
saying.
because the regulation is there.
That's what I'm saying.
And through long-range planning, which we can't really separate out.
There seems to be a contradiction. Some people are complaining, well, I can't sustain myself here, but is it really because of zoning fees? I don't see it. $175 for a 200 square foot addition, is that going to put something out of reach for you? So then the thing to go ahead is actually, rather than have these apocryphal stories, give me a scenario for a 1,000 square foot house, 3,000 square foot house, 5,000, and give me what the fees would be charged for that. Show me. Let's get over this apocryphal, the fees are too high thing, and see what they actually are.
But one of the challenges is we're looking at the planning and zoning fees independently of the building fees.
Well,
So you've got the planning and zoning fee where you got that, and then you've got the building fee.
Right.
So you have to look at them, you have to look at a 1,000
Maybe
square
that's
foot
what I'm
house
asking.
together.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm asking.
That's exactly something I forgot to mention, but Michael hit on it, you hit on it.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to have some case studies that would show us which of all these fees for different activities one resident might incur. So this would be for the re-inspections and the building inspection, and this would be for the initial planning and zoning, and this would be for, other things. But, because no one probably, or very few, use just one of these services. And so that's where looking at the totality makes a difference.
And the other analysis is, we've been doing analysis based on surpluses and deficits overall, but the other analysis is, are we charging for the professional services at a level that is commensurate with those professional services elsewhere? Or is it above, or is it below? And it seems to me that's where one of the places you need to go. How qualified is a zoning person, and what would they expect to be compensated for in the real world? And are we getting that? Are we recovering that cost? That's a whole different analysis from have we met our surplus or deficit here. So that's another analysis. We haven't made it all, except in some cases we see a fee per hour, but I don't see one for zoning. So, but I think we really need to move on to debunking these apocryphal stories about how the fees are out of hand. But I just don't buy it.
It's sounding like this is turning into a bigger discussion again. And
should we schedule some more time with this and maybe give Frida just a few minutes to weigh in since she's here? And I think that's a good direction.
Well, am I sensing it right? The board's not ready to give any specific direction on this. We're going to need more time to discuss this.
Not for me.
Okay. See if you can lead us out of the muck, George.
Well, what I understand is what Cindy's coming before us is, at least for the P&Z, it's a 4% increase from $3.12 to $3.25 an hour. An increase that hasn't seen an increase in 6 years. I don't know what has not seen a 4% increase over 6 years, except for my salary. So I think that's totally reasonable. The most, and I've said this before, the most complaints I get out anything is how long it takes to go through the system and to get a permit. And so what we did as a board is we supported ComDev by increasing staff to get that process and get that pig out of that snake quick. And there's a cost to that. And even with this small incremental increase, we're still subsidizing out of our general fund, which means that we're taking money that we could be used for infrastructure, roads and bridges that we know it's needed. So for me, this is a modest, reasonable request, and we're going to have a second look at this when we start to look at the building permit fees. But I'm comfortable with this as moving ahead.
I just want to make clear that the zoning fees are proposed to increase an average of 30%, which is the bulk of it. The planning fees are only $9,000. The zoning fees are $133,000, and it's an average of a 30% increase.
Right, and we've got additional staff that we have to accommodate to move that process through.
And I also want to make it clear that the entire department, ComDev, is not at a deficit and being subsidized by the general fund right now. It's at a surplus.
It depends on what time frame you're looking at on an
Right now,
annual basis.
on an annual basis.
Yes, and I wanted to make sure you understood that too, Sue. Over a long period of time, it has been subsidized. You know, even with long range, even if you pull long range planning out.
And that's why I could support the modest increase now. And if we could always look at a 5-year or a 10-year rolling average of the surpluses versus deficits, then if we start getting a 10-year rolling average that we're way over surplus every year on a 10-year rolling average, well, that's the time we should lower the rates, I would think.
I like that philosophy. I'd love to see a proposal of that philosophy. I would like to also take into consider the fact that long-term planning is part of that deficit, and a piece of long-term planning should be taken out of it. We're showing a $377,000 deficit over the last 7 years, arguably some of the biggest recession years that we've seen. Mm-hmm. Our long-term planning is $300 and something thousand. So if you took half of that out over the last 7 years, that number drops dramatically to about what that number is, which means we've kind of been running a balanced budget over the last 7 years with those time periods.
But that's if you agree with the philosophy that long-range planning somehow
I
doesn't
agree.
belong in the support of ComDev fees. And when I look at the past several years, even in the deficits, we weren't presented differently to say, do you really want to do the greenhouse amendments to the code, yes or no? If you do, it's the long-range planner doing it, and you have to pay for that out of your general fund. We didn't look at those differently, or the increased barn sizes and all the different issues that needed to be worked out through there, or our ongoing upgrade of the community caucus master plans. And those long-range planning activities, to me, are as important as the zoning on one individual single lot. It all contributes to the whole. They're all part of the whole that support both the property values, why someone would want to buy there, what they understand they can build there, and going forward. So I personally have a very hard time separating out long-range planning from the other ComDev activities. You know, if they were doing long-range planning for the county and some sort of our structural stuff that's truly general fund, that would be different, you know, but I see it as intricately tied to the land.
Yeah, I strongly agree with that. It's an integral part. It's the heart of community development is our long-range planning. And unless we want to start putting an hourly rate on that, you know, we need to.
Well,
right.
I guess one of the questions is, if we had no building whatsoever, no revenue on any building things, would we still do some long-range planning?
Probably.
Yeah, absolutely. So we would have Ellen, you know, writing a letter to for an EIS in Garfield County like we have in the past. We would have her writing letters to, you know, this and that. We would have her studying, you know, reviews. And,
I know, but I agree with you, Rob.
So I'm saying a portion.
But they would be, because the air quality from the thing in Garfield County is going to affect someone's property value in the airshed here. You know, I still see a nexus with supporting community values, general health, safety, and welfare.
So if I could make a suggestion, I think need to probably bring a bigger picture back, and this has been useful though to kind of understand, because I'm hearing some different things now than I have in the past, so we can incorporate that into, building on this base of information, making it more robust, bring some, for lack of a better term, pro formas to the table. I know we've got one more item, and Frida did come all
I
the
know,
way.
Frida, can we give Frida a few minutes to just weigh in on a few things and maybe reflection on what you've heard?
Well, I don't really want to, prolong this discussion, which has been very interesting, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. First of all, to the extent that the direction that you've all taken is having maybe taking a step back and having a more comprehensive look at all of these issues, that's certainly what the Pickens County Republicans feel would be appropriate at this point. And I would say that perhaps part of that, if it's not incredibly burdensome, is to try to analyze the existing housing stock in the county, in the unincorporated areas at least, in terms of, just use a benchmark of square footage, and how many homes fall above a certain...
I can tell you that today.
Okay. But I think it would be interesting I would suggest it would be interesting to factor that in, because our concern, which may be apocryphal, it may be real, is that overall the housing stock in the county seems to fall at the, edge, on the opposite sides of the spectrum. Incredibly large, valuable houses, if you will, that are occupied by very wealthy people, and which adds significantly, I assume, to the $2 billion valuation of real estate in the county that you mentioned, Michael. And then deed-restricted housing for people of lower incomes, and it's that middle, but it's the middle portion of the spectrum that we're concerned about. And although in the totality of things, fees, an additional $9,000 of fees probably not going to break anybody's back, right? Spread across whatever. Increases here, increases there, do over time, I think, and we think as a group, have an impact on how people view affordability in Pickens County, and whether it may not be a 200 square foot bathroom, it could be a 200 square foot bedroom, and maybe that's already too big, but it could be a variety of reasons why people would want to do a 200 square foot something. And we applaud the progressivity that's already built into what the staff is suggesting. And whether 5,000 square feet is the, it appeared to us that the 2,501 to 5,000 square foot was kind of left alone in this chart from what it is existing. We may be reading this wrong, but in any event, progressivity is certainly appropriate in our view in this area, but we really urge a very careful look at where the lines are drawn, and also consideration of not only potential increases, but potential decreases for certain categories of housing that you'd like to encourage. Maybe a house of 1,500 square feet is something you'd like to encourage. Free market unit, so people, who are at that level would like to live here.
Sure.
So anyway, we just felt that a more considered look at this whole subject of fees at this point might be advisable. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Frida.
Let me
Rachel?
just ask a question, going back to George's comment. Is there a sense of the board of a willingness to move forward, at least on that first portion of it? Because I think that would be setting the rates for 2015 to begin the beginning of the year, and going to the $3.25 an hour, was it? I mean, and that's a 4% increase?
Over 6 years.
Over 6 years, so it's a 4% total increase over 6 years, so
Right.
less than.
It's very
I'm personally willing to see that portion of this go forward and have that at least off the table, and then, again, the other things that we've requested to take a look at, continue to look at in the new year.
So would you consider,
This would all have to be done by resolution, I'm assuming, so it's not going to happen at the very first of the year. The first meeting's the 13th, it would have to go
It'd
through
be
2
in January
readings.
anyhow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was just wondering, how do we not end up in March, basically making an incremental decision on this?
So let me try to understand. Are you saying just adjust the planning fees?
Well, that seemed to be something that, yes, was not in contention in this discussion, and that we could at least move that forward for the beginning of the year.
and could you also consider some of the other cleanup items that I would ask Anne Marie to help me with throughout the ordinance that right now are really more of the cleanup type of item, just so that we can start off with a better ordinance this year rather than try to do some patchwork.
I mean, I would suggest doing, if you want to segment out a bunch and you've got a little direction in the planning thing, I would suggest, doing another 45-minute work session with that proposal framed to us as just that proposal, as opposed to trying to explain it to us now. That's what I would suggest. Because we could sit here, which I'm fine to do. I mean, like I said, I'm committed to do my duty till the end of my duty. And if we want to sit here for another half an hour and go through each one of those things and have a discussion and a debate and allow each commissioner to weigh in on each item, we can do that as well.
So January 6th. I guess I would just need, I have a sense in terms of how much we're looking at. Is it just a few little items?
The rest of the stuff basically does not increase our fees at all. It's what we're charging now, with the exception of some referral departments have changed their fees, like the housing department, and we have never acknowledged that because we never caught up with our fee structure because we haven't changed it since 2009.
They changed their fees, but we didn't change our
So we're actually out of compliance with what we're actually collecting for them. So I've updated those, but everything else is basically things like we adopted the fire code, and we never acknowledged that there's a fire code that you have to look to, and if we have a fee structure, we need to deal with that. So it's basically just cleanup like that. It's not any increase of fees anywhere that hasn't already been increased.
We're collecting the correct fees, but it's not reflected in our current ordinance.
Well, I will defer to a nod of heads to the board of how they want to move on this, and I would hope that they would have a full discussion when the time comes up. But the first time that this is going to come before us in a resolution, if you do give approval, is the 13th, and I won't be here on the 13th, on the 14th, I should say.
And I would suggest not putting a number in. Just, this isn't our governance issue. This is independent political subdivisions setting a fee that we collect through our building permit process. And I think we acknowledge that they have the ability to set that fee, and they certify it to us. So that would be the cleanup.
The community development is asking for reconciliation of actual fees to fees that are printed in their document.
In other words, I think we probably included fees in our ordinance that should not have been included in our ordinance because you guys don't have the authority to set fees for referral agencies. But you do have the ability to recognize them and authorize community development to collect them. And so you could just recognize the fees. Those could become an attachment
or what have you.
We're just the collection agency for
It's just passed through.
all of those.
In some of those, I do point at the other fee schedules, but there's so many of them that I think we try to incorporate some of it in here because it's so confusing for someone working through the permit process to figure out what they're supposed to pay. So we pull things like the referral department fees. We try to actually incorporate them in here so that they're transparent within the ordinance.
Nod of heads for them to bring forward a resolution for you guys to debate and discuss in January.
So the resolution
On
would
those
be
things.
for a 4% increase for
Planning and a
and
cleanup on other people's fees.
a reconciliation of fees charged by referral.
Well, I'm a little confused. Why, are we bringing this back to us for further debate, or are we just suggesting that?
I'm just suggesting we break the issues apart, and that one seemed to have consensus.
That could move forward in
And that
its
could move
own
forward,
resolution.
And then we'll have more time.
So we can move forward.
And then they'll have a work session on everything else to continue this conversation.
No, I think that's a great idea.
I mean, just because it's being brought before us in a resolution doesn't mean you guys can't have a conversation about it.
Right,
So-
or it might not pass, but if there's any second thought.
You know, what's brought up for me, at least in this conversation, and certainly the document in front of us with the red lines everywhere, it's complex. And it's complex, and then the totality of it, what it adds up to is completely unknown, so it's very hard for me to say. So when we isolate it by saying 4% and reconcile fees charged by referral agencies, that's a chunk that I can deal with. I can go forward.
So the direction is that we would bring back an ordinance, and you have the ability to discuss that ordinance, but it would only include a change to the 4% for over the 6 years for the planning fee, as well as clean up the referral fees.
Yeah. I don't know why you would say 4% over the 6 years. It's a 4% increase immediately, but it reflects the fact that we haven't had an increase in some time now.
Correct.
Correct.
But it's not over any time period. It's an immediate 4% increase, period. And the data shows that we haven't had an increase for some time.
However you'd like to say it.
Yeah, again, I can go there. I'm glad we're getting a small piece of this done. I think we've all made comments about what we'd like to see in the next session. And when we were doing future agendas, the very beginning of January, one of those Tuesdays was like, got a lot of time on it. And, you know, maybe we can at least get this conversation launched. And I mean, I think it's a serious conversation. And as I said, I don't want to see it slipping into March, because there is the readings and the time for it to take effect and everything like that. That's the beginning of the construction season or new plans for the year. So it would be wrong for us not to move expediently on it. And, you know, I think I kind of misspoke a little earlier when I was talking about maybe it could be phased in. It wasn't the 4% I was talking about as much as it was the 30%. And maybe there's a way to look at phasing that increase in, or present us some options. If that's what you feel cover costs, that's a separate discussion we're going to have. You know, it doesn't seem like there's any steps we can eliminate, but having these kind of case studies of how someone from a simple to a complex goes through and the totality of their fees, but, you know, maybe take a look at how that could be phased in over 3 or 4 years or something like that to begin to, you know, make it less than one giant swallow.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Discussion.
Thanks, guys. Good discussion.
Must hesitate to say we've got another fee issue.
I know, Brian, jump on up here.
You still here?
Brian, give us the rundown of this off-airport car rental facility charge.
Absolutely, and if I can take a moment to really commend the board on, in the last month, on airport issues alone, we've talked about the future of air service, talked about the airport layout plan, the 2015 budget, rates and charges, passenger facility charges, the rental car contracts, and now CFCs. It's a lot for, you know, a full-time person to handle.
Advertising, too.
Well, that was more than a month ago. This is just the last month. So, thank you for, you know, really being well informed on the issues. And I say that specifically to bring up PFCs, passenger facility charges. This is a separate program than passenger facility charges. Just to go back a little bit on that, that was earlier this month, the board approved by resolution to continue the $4.50 charge on passenger enplanements at the airport. This relates specifically to rental car operators. It is currently a $5.50 per day charge that goes directly back to the airport. A little bit of history. This customer facility charge has had a couple different names, but the industry term now is customer facility charge. It started here at Aspen in 1998. At that time, it was $3 per day charge for use in construction of the consolidated rental car facility. That's been extended and reauthorized and ultimately increased to today, where all on-airport rental car operators pay that $5.50 fee to the airport per day for vehicles rented. What this resolution, which will come forward to you in a work session, would authorize doing is expanding that CFC, that customer facility charge, to off-airport rentals. Right now we have one. There are some benefits to that, not only for the airport but also that rental car operator. They would be able to use the consolidated rental car facility. And what that is wash, fueling, basically where they service the vehicle, turn it around relatively quickly, which is important at the limited amount of space we have. Also, because of ownership, and that's explained in the background as well, it allows for, call it, smoother transition of vehicles because of parent companies and multiple ownerships of different brands as it's presented here. That's really the background. I'll leave the rest of this open for questions, comments, concerns that the board may have.
Rachel.
I think I understand the issue, but what I wanted to know is if the fee is the same for an on-airport operator and an off-airport operator, what is the extra benefit to the ones who are on, I mean, don't the ones who are on airport also then pay some counter rate rent space and additional things?
Yep.
I'm wondering if it's equal, or is it equalizing it, or is it making, okay, you have to pay the same as him, but you who are off site don't have all these other fees, and are we creating an unfair economic advantage somehow?
That's a good question, and this was really done in an effort to standardize everything. So you're absolutely right. There is an airport fee that's paid, that's not this, but that's paid by on-airport operators and off-airport operators. It's 10% fee, presented as a privilege fee. This CFC is another charge, right now being charged on airport but not off-airport. But the space rental, essentially is what you're referring to, is exactly that. It's only on airport. That's how they become an on-airport operator. An off-airport operator still would need to find those facilities. They need to store their cars somewhere. They need to prep them somewhere. And really because of, Picken County the way it is, I believe the airport operators would agree with me in saying that it's really a benefit to be on the airport because you have that proximity and that quick access. It's a challenge to find parking in close proximity to the airport. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I don't think I phrased it well. Maybe it was that last fee discussion was kind of sapped it all out of me. But maybe let me ask it this way. Why would someone choose to be off airport? Is it because there's no more rental desk space left and they just couldn't get it and they're still operating their business this way? Or why wouldn't they all leave the airport and go off and just pay this one fee and still be able to use the car cleaning service and the wash and the rental? I mean, what is it truly equalizing things, or?
Yeah, I'll try to answer that. And I think the question is, why would a rental car company operate off airport versus on airport?
Right.
as we see it, and we just went through the procurement process for on-airport, is there is space that's limited. I believe they would prefer to be on. I'd have to double check to see if Enterprise did actually bid or if they were part of that process. I believe they did, but I can't verify.
I think they were a
that
low
right
bidder, yeah.
There were 2 that were not able to get on, and I believe that was one. So yes, they do, want to be on the airport. They want to have a place to store their vehicles, and that's really what the space or the storage fees are about: is places to store their vehicles, which they would have to pay elsewhere.
Steve?
So if there is a rental car company that's not on the airport, therefore they're probably at the airport business center, what if they wash their cars in the car wash over there, they fuel their cars elsewhere? I don't see how you could charge them a fee at the airport. But maybe they're not doing that. Maybe they're bringing all those cars over to service them at the airport. Is that what's actually happening?
Currently, the off-airport operators and what used to be Go Rentals, who's now on airport, did all of that servicing off-site. So this gives them the ability to use that rental car facility, but they don't have to if they choose. Part of the funds that's collected goes to maintain the airport through the use of these funds, maintains, keeps that facility operational. So that's kind of a stepping stone to get into the facility, but they can elect not to use it. I don't see it happening just because of the proximity.
So if they weren't using any facilities at the airport, they wouldn't have to pay that passenger or the customer fee per day?
They would. They still would.
They still would.
Oh, yeah.
Because,
I don't-
Brian, because they're delivering a car to the airport, is that what you're saying? I don't quite get where we meet with that fee and the vehicle.
Yeah.
And it's more, that's a good question. We look at it from the perspective of the company, Avis Budget, et cetera, is our customer. So they are the ones that are using the facility, not necessarily the individual driver of the car. And kind of what the caveat is, to answer your question, is if they're using the airport facilities to operate their business, to make money, that is really the justification that goes into charging these fees.
So then outline how that car is on the airport. Because, I mean, for instance, what you're describing is, I've reserved the car, I take the underpass because it's quite convenient and very safe, and I go over to the ABC and get my car. And I still see an airport fee charged there. So is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about that car gets delivered and parked at the airport and I go pick it up somewhere? I don't quite understand what's going on.
So Brian, if I've understood this correctly, we've got a service center where vehicles get washed, cleaned, those sorts of things. And if the rental car companies are using that service center, then they need to pay this fee. And right now, if they're off-site, our fee schedule doesn't include them paying that fee.
Correct. And they are prohibited.
If they're using our facility for washing and cleaning, and it's available to them, it's used by them, but right now our fee structure doesn't have an off-site fee, so our on-site folks are paying it. The off-site folks who are using that to, right?
They're not using it. This would give them access to use it.
This is a fee that they're going to pay to give them access. So they're voluntarily signing up for this fee for access. They could voluntarily say, I don't want to use it, and we're not going to pay this fee.
Not if it's set by resolution. This would...
Currently, do the off-site vehicle companies, are they assessed a fee?
Not a CFC fee, no.
They're not assessed a fee. Okay, so to answer your question, Michael, if someone comes to the airport, walks on the underpass, picks up a car, goes his merry way, he's not paying that fee because the car company's going to pass that on to the customer, obviously. So what you're saying is, by imposing this fee, that off-site car company has the option to either accept that fee and then be able to have the privileges of gassing up and cleaning at the airport, or not accepting that fee and not utilizing the airport's facilities?
Close, yes on the
Close.
first.
I don't see how we could oppose a fee for someone who's not using the service. That's what you're saying. We can oppose this fee on someone who never uses the service.
And the justification, you'll see it in the resolution. I probably should have attached a draft. Take a step back, kind of explain what CFCs are traditionally used for. They're, as we have in the past, used for infrastructure projects. It started out specifically for the consolidated rental car facility, and I know we're kind of stuck on that. But it's expanded, and specifically it did in 2006 to include infrastructure improvements really benefiting rental car companies. Those benefits benefit on airport and off airport. For instance, circulation, roadways, maintenance, etc., and to some extent the airfield. The business models that the rental cars operate on is we're essentially delivering them customers to their front door. So whether they're setting up...
But we're not delivering them to their front door because they're not at the airport.
All across the road.
Well, what if they were in Aspen?
If they have no ties to the airport, they wouldn't pay anything.
Well, how is the ABC tied to the airport? That's the disconnect for me.
Airport customers. So we have had...
But what if I live in Aspen and I went to this off-site car rental?
Yep.
And now they're charging me a fee, and I had nothing to do with the airport.
I did not explain that. You're exactly right. That has that fee would not be charged. And I think...
And how do they know where the customer comes from?
It's on their honor. Well, they know where the customer's coming from.
Well, I don't really like a fee on your honor, but...
But let me take a step back, too. So this isn't approving an off-airport agreement. We've had an off-airport agreement for years and years and years, where we get the privilege fee, the 10% that's charged to off-airport operators. And that fee is only charged if they have a tie to the airport. So if you live in Aspen and you're using Enterprise you don't have a car, you want to go to Denver, and this is your method of travel. If you're not using the airport at all, there is no privilege fee. There would be, under this proposed resolution, there would be no customer facility fee. It's only if there's a tie to the airport. But every customer that does have a tie to the airport on off-airport, under the off-airport agreement, would pay the CFC.
I mean, this is like me paying a fee, my restaurant paying a fee to the hotels because they brought me customers. I just don't get how we can impose a fee on a rental car company that is not at the airport.
So
that's what I don't understand from a legal
standpoint. I think the
standpoint.
connection is that rental car company, in order to have the fee charged, has to be in an on-airport agreement, has to have an agreement with the airport.
An off-airport agreement, yes.
An off-airport agreement. If that company does not have an off-airport agreement with the airport, then this fee would not be charged.
That's correct.
And so the only reason that you have an off-airport agreement with the airport is because you're doing a significant amount of business with the airport, that you're connected with the infrastructure. So maybe you're using the circulation in there to deliver vehicles, maybe you're using the facilities for cleaning and that sort of thing. It becomes available. The equity issue is, right now, you can have an agreement to do business at the airport and not make any contribution to these facility charges, whereas all of our on-airport folks do. So that creates an inequity. There's, it gets a little more complicated in the scenarios that you're bringing forward, which is, well, what if they have an on-airport or an off-airport agreement, because they're doing a significant amount of business, either delivering vehicles or what have you, using that internal circulation, using the cleaning facilities, what have you. But what if one person from Aspen comes in and rents? The real issue is how, I think, what staff is bringing forward is how do you create a level playing field if you're allowing off-airport rental companies to use the infrastructure that CFCs pay for or partially pay for. How is that
But
fair?
how are they using the infrastructure? That's what I don't understand.
Can I ask, I think part of the crux of this is we're saying these are cars that are brought to the unloading area of the airport. They are brought there, but that customers might be able to walk under the underpass, but they're going to arrive at 10:30 at night, it's snowing, and they don't want to do that, and they have made an advance agreement with this rental car that their car is going to be there. So for me, if a rental car agency is planning on turning into the airport with that car for a customer to pick up, they should be required to pay towards the airport infrastructure that brought that customer in, that brought that customer to Aspen in the first place. Because otherwise, it's an unfair advantage for it to be off airport, but they could just come in every day and have 20 cars lining up there waiting, and practically it'd be like a third world country airport. Say, hey, taxi, over here, get this one's cheaper, and the guys who are paying for a booth, are just kind of, why am I paying for a booth, So I can understand that, and as our memo says, there's one operator now that has an off-airport and an on-airport,
The parent company.
and they're kind of swapping cars out just to deal with their fleet issues. And so that to me means that those off-airport cars from the off-airport country, if they're being swapped out and used at the airport, waiting in the ready lot for a customer to show up, they should be paying that fee on those cars too. So, I just don't, I know exactly what we're talking about is when I have flown, we've been picked up by a relative and we end up grabbing a car in a town 20 miles away, but I've made that choice for the price point, and the hassle is getting back to the airport, by some other means. So if this is just creating equity, I can support it and see it coming forward as a resolution. I think you should do a visual flow chart of showing what these guys in airport pay, what these guys do off airport, and how the nexus to picking someone up at the curb of the airport where we just laid fresh concrete and we just put out new planters and we just raised the pedestrian sidewalk, what is the nexus to that company to being on the airport, at the airport?
A quick question: if someone doesn't want to have this agreement with the airport,
then they can't
and they're
drive
not
their
going
cars in.
and not going to pay. Well, that's my question. How do we police that? How do we police
Gypsy rental cars?
somebody? I don't know. They call XYZ rental company, and the rental company drives the car over, and they drive the guy back to the rental company.
It's actually surprisingly easy to do, just because of arrival and drop-off times that passengers will drop their car off. We know, for instance, off-airport, people that have a valid off-airport agreement, they'll drop their car off, or their customer, I should say, will drop their car off, 3 hours early, 4 hours late. It sits there for a day or so. So we have to call them and say, hey, bring it in.
In the paid parking, or?
They usually use the curb, so we know right away. Well, I shouldn't say usually. They are getting better. They use Lot A, and then we buzz them out. We have the agreement, and that's part of what the fees go to as well, the labor that goes into that whole process.
Okay, I get it now. Steve?
I think I finally get it too, and I can support this fee. Looking at my personal experience, we have rented a car at the Airport Business Center because our car was broken down. We needed to rent a car. So that's where we rented it, because we could get it for cheaper and we didn't have to pay an airport fee. I've also rented a car in Cambridge, Massachusetts, intentionally there instead of at Logan Airport, because we didn't have to pay the airport fee. So we just took the bus and the train and whatever over there, and then rented the car over there. So that happens to be way farther away from the Airport Business Center, but you could have a car rental company operating in Picken County who caters to local people and not to airport people, theoretically. For practical purposes, they want to cater to the airport crowd, but I think as long as there's a mechanism, so if a local person wanted to go to ABC and rent a car, that they don't have to pay the airport fee, I'm totally okay with that, as long as that mechanism's in place.
That's absolutely true, and
Yeah.
completely failed in iterating that the first time, is if there's no ties to the airport, there are no airport fees.
By using the rental car facility, do they also then pay or have a key card for how many cars they wash and hot water bill allocated later, or is that totally included in this fee and wash as many cars as they like?
That's actually self-managed.
That's self.
The fees are paid by the rental car companies. How it's managed, they work it out. It's surprising.
Okay. And then
to be
do they
honest.
get a lower fuel cost because they're buying wholesale for refueling vehicles there? And if they had to go to just a storefront retail, they would be paying higher gasoline prices than what they're able to buy out there?
It definitely is a benefit to use the consolidated rental car
The gas
facility.
one. Okay. Well, I think this is reasonable. And then the fee is per car per day, isn't it? It's not per car per year.
Car per day,
Car
yes.
per day. Thank you.
And the
That
average-
wasn't all the way clear in here when we get the resolution.
Oh, thank you, I can change that.
All right, got some direction.
I just have
You look
one more
tired.
fee. No, just
Fee for dinner here pretty soon.
Well, thank you for following me on this journey through CSAs.
All right, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Hey, Jeff, I have to give you this. I realize that it's hard for us to do anything.